significantly of time with the base looks like this that we indicated in the action, which is intended to make sure that we want in the next line piece and we start to talk about some of the challenges we have encountered and the challenges that we to do with the participation of social partners and what issues they have expressed. Deputy can share that there are subsequently challenges. So some of these include the temporary employee skill, which is like still engaging while in the review processes for the UIF and the compensation fund. We have had the through the legal architecture of the papers. We probably was a bit difficult to process. The key challenges for the PCC are likely institutional, and those two are going to be national this. And at this point, Chairman,
Good morning. Good morning, Chief Whip. Thank you so much. Good morning, Senior Counsel.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of the committee, everyone present, my colleagues.
I just wanted to make sure that you have focus. It's now 11 o'clock, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity and welcome all of you to today's proceedings. the honorable members who are designated to this ad hoc committee. Good morning to all of you. The senior counsel, who is the evidence leader in this proceedings, together with your team, I extend warm greetings to you. Our witness, General Shadrack Sibiya, welcome and good morning to you and your team. The staff of Parliament, members of the media who are here with us. Honorable members, we are going to proceed. I note that we have few apologies. Some of the members have personally contacted me to inform me that they may not be available or they will join us late in the proceedings. We have the following apologies. Honorable Ngola from the African National Congress has a prior engagement with the Office of the Public Protector. In the event their commitment is done by and the following honorable members are going to join us late due to flight delays. Honorable members might have noticed that it has been very difficult to have flights over the weekend. So, Honorable Nomvado, Honorable Skosana from the MKP, Honorable Mwango from the IFP, and Honorable Matthews from the EFF will join the proceedings late due to the reason that has been explained. And then we have the apology of Honorable Malema due to prior engagements. He is not going to be able to join us today and tomorrow. And he has promised that he will rejoin the proceedings on Thursday and Friday. May I give Honorable Braden Bach from the DA to make an announcement.
Sounds very dramatic. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Chair, it was brought to my attention on Friday that Honourable Schikkerling had laid criminal charges against the Minister some time ago. Having perused the affidavit, it makes it clear that there exists then a conflict. And so we have written to the Speaker this morning to withdraw her and to replace her with Honourable Klopper, who has joined us today. Because he has not been formally HEC'd, he will not participate until he has been. But I ask that he just sit here and listen to the proceedings for today and tomorrow until he's formally part of the committee. And then while I'm busy, Chair, I'd like to place on record that I have known General Sibiya for 20 years. It's a professional relationship. I was a prosecutor, he was a policeman. I bring an objective mind to these proceedings. I have no doubt that I'm not conflicted, but I'm placing on record that I know him and I know him reasonably well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you say Honorable Schikkerling has laid a charge against a minister. Which minister?
Nkunu.
Okay.
Yeah, but some time ago, it had nothing to do with this committee, but it does give rise to at least a reasonable perception of bias. A reasonable perception of bias as opposed to a perception of bias.
Okay. So where you stand, you feel that there is a reasonable perception of bias?
Yes, Chair, and that is why we have withdrawn her.
Okay. So Honorable Klopper is the one that will be coming in.
Yes, Chair, he's a member of the Justice Portfolio Committee, and he will replace Honourable Schickling. The letter went to the Speaker this morning, so early this morning. So we'll await the reply.
Okay. No, I always restrain myself to say, Honourable Member, can you please rise? So let me just say, raise your hand, so that I can't make you to rise. Just raise your hand, and South Africans who are following us on television will then know who is Honourable Thorpe. So you are an alternate member in this committee. We welcome you, and we must also inform you that the committee has agreed on the participation of alternate members during the proceedings. They do not have the right to vote in terms of the rules, and sometimes their participation is limited to the discretion of the chairperson. Honourable Breitenbach has used the word reasonable. This is the word that is pervasive in this hall or in this proceeding. So you have a very benevolent chairperson, so you must not be worried. And we are trying by all means to ensure that there is equal treatment of all the alternate delegates that we have here. So we invite you to enjoy the privileges that are being enjoyed by the rest of the members and the alternates. Senior Counsel, before we administer oath on General Sibiya, can I check if you want to say something?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Yeah, just in relation to Honourable Member and Advocate Breitenbach, I did on Friday, when I became aware of the founding affidavit in the application before the Gauteng High Court, deposed to by Brigadier Kuneni, who's the investigating officer for the search and seizure warrants against General Sibiya, Minister Nkunu, and Mr. Kabinde, that two of the complainants in that matter, other than General Nkwazi, were actually, one was a full member of this committee, the other an alternate member. I brought this to their attention on Friday. I said I intend raising it with you, and I indicated that I think this constitutes a conflict, given our terms of reference, that we will act fairly, and that it's clearly not fair for someone who has been a complainant in a matter against one of our witnesses to also then sit on this committee, having already arguably prejudged the matter, hence the complaint. In the case of the DA, Honourable Member Breitenbach had indicated to me on Friday already that the alternate member would be withdrawn. She agrees. And the other member, who's not here unfortunately, but I understand from his party's communique that I've seen over the weekend, I'm not sure whether it's official yet, that he had been withdrawn anyway. I don't know whether it's because of this issue or some other issue, but we can proceed, Chair, on the basis that, none of the two members are present.
Who is that other member?
Honourable Member Kakana.
don't have that honorable member in this committee.
Skosana, sorry.
Oh,
Skosana. Sorry, apologies.
Honorable member Skosana.
Yeah, and I had also been in WhatsApp communication with him. Quite a few WhatsApps. He was sitting next to me.
Okay. No, it's fine. I think the honorable members from MKP have just arrived now towards the conclusion of the matter. Let's not delay the proceedings. I think we will give them a briefing at break so that we do the work of the committee. Chief Whip.
Morning, Chair. Morning to colleagues and morning to the General and his team. I think, Chair, the issues raised by the Senior Council are very important.
Yeah.
Now, we have to avoid a situation where I understand why you are saying let's defer the matter to brief the colleagues during lunch. But what happens when the member in question walks in and want to participate? My sense is that you might end up with a very bad situation where you are now disrupting the actual proceedings. Rather than, I would advise you, Chair, because the leadership of the MKP is now here, you give them a briefing of what we're talking about and allow them an opportunity to say something about it. I would suggest that we take it in that way, thanks. So that when we begin, we are uninterrupted. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Do you want to say something, Senior Counsel?
Honorable Chair.
Do you want to say something?
Nothing further except just on housekeeping. There's a bundle of additional documents that has now been made available to us by General Sibiya's legal team. We are aware of these documents. We have discussed them with this team, but the committee would not have had sight of them. We have asked for these documents to be made available ASAP. So hopefully that will not prevent us from proceeding. The honourable members will obviously have them before the opportunity comes to ask questions of the general. The delay in them making these documents available is perfectly understandable. They arise from testimony given by General Konazi and most recently on Friday by General Masemola. But then our draft statement and their input into that statement was far advanced. So they only had a further opportunity after Friday and over the weekend to review their situation and make these documents available. So in the circumstances, Honourable Chair, I would suggest that we condone, as it were, the late filing of these documents. They are definitely relevant to the issues before the Honourable Committee, and that we should nevertheless proceed. And as soon as the printers have made the other bundles available, the committee members will receive them. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Shongwe, good morning and welcome. We read and accepted your apologies, and during the proceedings, when you have not not yet arrived, a matter arose regarding two honorable members of this committee, Honorable Sikelen from the DA and Honorable Skosana from the MKP, that in the documents that have been served at the court, the names of the two honorable members appear as complainants. And so the DA has informed the committee that they have written to the Speaker of Parliament to inform the office that they are bringing Honorable Klopper as the new member to this committee. And Honorable Klopper is sitting third right, second right from Honorable Breitenbach. And the senior counsel has formally raised this matter here in the proceedings, that there is also the name of Honorable Skosana. And I'm informed that your party has also returned to the Speaker. Can you confirm that?
Chair, no, the party has not returned to the Speaker. In relation to what, Chair, if I may ask?
To the matter of Honorable Skosana being a complainant in the matter involving General Sibiya.
No, as far as I know, Chair, there is no letter to that effect. But Chair, if I may ask, that in accordance with the view of the legal counsel, then what becomes an issue if Honorable Skosana is a complainant? What is the issue? Where is the problem?
Okay. Let me give it to the senior counsel to explain.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just in response to Honourable Members' query. I initially thought it prudent to raise it privately and directly with the members concerned, albeit in the case of Honourable Member Schikkeling, I messaged Advocate Breitenbach directly because I had a number on my phone. But I raised it with Honourable Member Skosana directly, and I had indicated I'm raising it with you now because I intend to raise it with the chairperson, who will no doubt raise it with the committee. But before we do that, I thought it was prudent that they take a view on it so that I could inform you. I think Honourable Member Breitenbach did so on Friday already during lunchtime. And yeah, and the basis, I think it's with respect pretty clear. Honourable Member Skosana is a complainant. There are two complainants in the criminal matter. If one has regard, I don't know if he had an opportunity of looking at the affidavit filed in the search and seizure application. That affidavit makes it clear that the criminal charges that they intend to bring against, amongst others, General Sibiya, Minister Mtunu, and Mr. Kabinde, they arise directly from the media briefing given by General Mkunazi on the 6th of July. Our terms of reference relates directly to the 6th of July statement by General Mkunazi. And to the extent that the two complaints, the one has got a CAS number, Cape Town, That's Honorable Member Schilling, and the other one has a case number in Brooklyn, in Pretoria. They both form the basis of an allegation that Minister Nkunu, General Sibiya, Mr. Nkabindi, they are accused of defeating the ends of justice, and then alternative is that they conspired to do so. And I think it should be pretty self-evident that if you're sitting here on a committee asking a witness questions when you've already laid a complaint, and at best you have formed a prima facie view that that person is guilty of some or other wrongdoing, then I think there is an argument to be made that you shouldn't, in those circumstances, sit on the committee. But Chair, that is exactly why I had indicated to both honourable members that I'm going to raise it with you so that you could discuss it with the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Well, Chair, I want to disagree firstly with the evidence leader on what he has just said, that by virtue of laying a complaint, you have formulated a prima facie view. That is not true. When you lay a complaint, you are directing the police officers to investigate. The same thing that we're doing here. Prima facie can only be formulated by the police officers through an investigation. Two, it's not Skosana who laid the complaint. Skosana is a messenger of the MK party. It's the MK party that laid the complaint. So, if we are saying conflict of interest arises in that context, then it means we are saying the MK party must not participate here. Because I also share the same sentiments that Skosana shares. And all MK members share the same sentiment, that there is a rot in the police and that warranted our action to lay a complaint. So when you lay a complaint, where does prima facie get in there? You have not formulated any prima facie. You are just saying to the police, there are areas that necessitate investigation, and you have the competency as the police officers to investigate. So that is why, Chair, when I was listening to you unpacking what transpired before we arrived, I was actually confused as to what is the issue here, really, because I was going to understand if there was something that was implicating Honorable Skosana, if maybe in the testimony that will be accused here by General Sibiya, there was the name of Honorable Skosana maybe as one of the suspects on a certain aspect, like in the case of the member of the DA that we are no longer seeing here as part of us. So where is the issue here, Senior Counsel? Where is the issue? You have not really done enough to convince us, except laying statements which are vague and which are not convincing. So, Chair, up until we are convinced, really, maybe we can start to have a discussion about this. But from where I'm sitting, there is nothing that warrants discussions at this stage, because there is actually no issue. We're just fundraising issues which are neither here nor there.
Senior Counsel, in the records that are before the police where the complaint was laid, and the documents that have been served or sent to you by General Sibiya's attorney, what are the names that appear, the names of the honorable members that appear in those documents?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members. Yeah, it wasn't sent to me by General Sibiya. It was actually sent to me by Minister Mkunu's lawyers. The names that appear are those of Honorable Member Schikkeling of the DA and Honorable Member Skosana of MK. The issue is quite simply one of fairness if you have regard to our terms of reference. It is stated there, the terms of reference, obviously, that guides and that binds this committee, that we will conduct these proceedings fairly in terms of the rule of law.
Let me check this.
So
the documents that General Sibiya and his lawyers have sent to us, do they have the names of these honorable members?
it's page 21 of the not of this. Yeah, but no, but it's sorry, it's in the core bundle of documents, which is attached to which was sent to us yesterday at page 21. That's the same bundle that I referenced and that they're making copies of. And at page 21, paragraph 43 of the which is attached to the court order which was obtained on for the warrant. So, and this is the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni, and it reads: further dockets, Cape Town CAS number 402/07/2025. On 10 July 2025, Mrs. Lisa Marie Schikkeling, a member of the National Assembly of the Republic and Deputy Spokesperson on Police for the Democratic Alliance, registered a criminal complaint against Mkunu. She alleged that offences of fraud and the contravention of Section 27 of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliaments and Provincial Legislatures Act 4 of 2004 by lying to Parliament that he did not know Mogotsi, when in truth he knew him. She claims that, and I quote, if it is found that the minister intentionally deceived members of Parliament, the minister must be found also to have obstructed these members in fulfilling their duty of oversight through the Parliamentary Committee, thereby further contravening Section 7A and B, and thus the contravention of Section 27 of the Act. And then the other reference is Brooklyn case number 172/7/2025. On 10 July 2025, Mr. David.M, a member of parliament representing the MK political party, also opened a criminal case against Nkunu, Sibiya, and others. He alleged that Nkunu may have committed the offences of fraud/forgery and defeating and obstructing the course of justice. The defeating and obstructing the course of justice emanates from the disbandment and disestablishment of the PKTT and the removal of its dockets from KwaZulu-Natal, as alluded to and traversed above. At this stage, the fraud/forgery charge is not clearly set out or explained in Mr. Skosana's statement.
So the document has been sent to us.
It's being printed, Honorable Chair.
Yes, and this document is sent by General Sibiya's lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we had sight of this document on Friday already when it was sent to us by Minister Nkunu's lawyers. And that's why I raised it
And
on Friday.
now the question that is put before this committee is that if I open a case against you or I initiate proceedings, can I come and sit on the other side and ask you questions about matters related thereto?
Honorable Chair, this committee must make findings of fact and make recommendations to the National Assembly. I think there's an even higher duty on an honourable member of parliament sitting in this committee to observe the rules of fairness. I think most, if not all of us in this room, even before I was appointed as an evidence lead in this matter, we all follow the news, we all read the papers, and most of us, all of us, tend to form some kind of opinion. But that's a lay opinion. But when you find yourself sitting on a committee that now actually, not quite like a court of law, but sitting in judgment of a particular person, I think one is duty bound for constitutional, legal, and ethical reasons. But what I wanted to, that's why I wanted to raise it with the Honourable Chair.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe it's something that should have been discussed by the committee.
Let's do this first because what we are doing is unfair to General Sibiya. Maybe we may have to recuse him from the proceedings, and then we deal with this matter. We invite him back when I think it's fair. And I want to apologize to you, General, that we have to bring you into discussions like this in your presence. Yeah. Senior Counsel, can you please help the General out, and then we will let him know when we are ready to.
Have I now been deployed as a parliamentary officer?
You are the one who received him here, so can you please, in the meantime, take him to where he should be? We will wait for you to come back and we deal with the matter. Yeah? No, just to take General Sibiya out and We'll come back. Yeah. Thanks very much, Senior Counsel, for coming back. Honorable members, let me put this matter to you in this way, that there are two members of this committee, Honorable Shikeleng and Honorable Skosana, who have been mentioned in the documents that have been sent to us by General Sibiya and his lawyers, that the two members have respectively laid criminal complaints against Minister Mkunu, General Sibiya, and Mr. Nkabinde in Cape Town and Brooklyn, respectively. So that matter has been brought to the attention of the individual members in the committee. And the Democratic Alliance has come here and announced that Honorable Shikeleng has been replaced by Honorable Thorpe. And now we are left with the matter of Honorable Skosana. And before I rotate the matter for discussions, can I check Senior Counsel, is there anything that you want to say?
No, Chair, I was hoping it could be solved in a matter that avoids me having to look like I'm somehow taking sides or anything. Just giving, you've asked me for a view, I've given the view. I think it goes to the heart of fundamental fairness. I was hoping on Friday when I interacted with the two members concerned privately, that it could also be resolved on that basis. So this is a bit unfortunate.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can I start with the African National Congress, or maybe let's give the MK party first to speak on the matter, and we understand how they view it before we rotate it for discussions.
Yeah, no, thank you once again, Chair. Chair, we are not happy with how the Senior Counsel is approaching this matter. He is not giving any direction, that is number one. He has just narrated the events that so and so opened the case on this date and so on, and says it is up to this committee to make a decision. He does not even go to an extent of raising a legal principle so that we can know where we premise our discussions. I asked, what is an issue here? Is an issue about a conflict of interest? Because if the issue is a conflict of interest, then let us argue from that point. The Senior Counsel just narrates event. He does not cite the law. He does not cite any legal principle that will guide us in this context. The same thing he did when we were discussing the Honorable Barnett matter. He kept quiet. We did not receive any legal advice from him regarding that matter. Whereas he was employed to advise this committee inter alia during the course of its work. He was not only advised to lead evidence and write statements, he was advised to give us a legal advice so that we do everything in accordance with the relevant laws. Now, he just narrates like a lay person to say so and so went to a police station, he opened the case, then the committee must decide. He is throwing you, Chairperson, to the deep end because you will make wrong summaries and wrong determinations for this committee which are not in line with the law. As a legal advisor, as the starting point, he must say, this is what the law says in this regard. Then the committee can argue from that perspective, not from a perspective of narrating events, that have been narrated. So that thing can be done by anyone. It can be done even by a 6-year-old to say Skosana on this date went and opened the case, then the committee must decide. He's an aspect here. He must play his role. Secondly, Chair, we have said that even on the question of a conflict of interest, it does not arise in this point because Skosana is not a witness before this committee. He went to the police on behalf of the MK party, not on behalf of his family, not on his behalf, not on behalf of his company, but on behalf of the MK party to lay charges against General Sibiya. So if you say on those bases he must be recused, it means you are saying the MK party must be recused. Now the question is, if we were dealing with an ordinary committee here, the portfolio committee on police, what was going to be the case? because these matters have been accounted for even before the portfolio committee on police, these matters, after the case was opened by Skosana. So it means you're going to say Skosana must not play his constitutional responsibility as an MP of doing oversight because he opened the case. The case, Chair, is to be investigated by a component falling in a different arm of the state, the police. Parliament is doing its work here as Parliament. We're doing our own investigation, which is not going to be influenced by how the police have investigated this matter. Because we're not only investigating General Sibiya here, we are also investigating the police holistically. So we don't know what is it that we are actually dealing with here. And the senior counsel is not helping this committee, chairperson. If anything, he is just exacerbating our problems. He comes here and speaks like a layman and say, this is what happened, then you must decide. What does the law say? So that we can argue it from that. If we can approach our lawyers now and say there's an issue in the committee with regards to Honorable Skosana, they will say, but what is the issue? And we will have nothing to say because there is absolutely nothing that is put before us to say here is a crisis. Like we argued the case of Honorable Bernard, that in our view, his continued stay in this committee constitute a conflict of interest. So, Chairperson, we are not sure of what we are discussing here. And in our view, the senior counsel is not doing justice for this committee. He's just exacerbating confusions. And we think he can do better than that. Maybe let's afford him an opportunity to tell us about the law, to say these are the legal principles that are guiding us in this context. And here is my advice as a legal advisor. Thank you very much.
The ANC.
No, thanks, Chair. I think to a larger extent, the point that is made by the MK part, I was hoping that before we intervene as other parties, you may allow the senior counsel to properly motivate the argument that he has advanced in terms of it being supported by whatever clauses on our terms of references. And then we can come in. We do have a view on this matter, but on the legal issues, we think that if he's drawing our attention to any legal matters, we should allow him first, and then we can come in. Thanks.
Okay, I take that point. Senior counsel. Okay, Honorable Breitenbach.
Okay. Chair, perhaps I may be wrong. My understanding of this situation is this, that Mr. Arendse and his two junior counsel are here as assistants to the committee in order to place evidence on record. They're the evidence leaders. They're not here as legal advisors to Parliament. Parliament's legal advisors are here. Their job is to supply the committee with legal advice. It's not the job of Mr. Arendse to supply the committee with legal advice. If you want a legal opinion from him, you'll have to brief him and pay him extra. I understand him to be here as an evidence leader, and the role of an evidence leader is completely different to that of somebody giving you legal advice. If we as a committee want legal advice on a position, we must ask Parliament for the legal advice. That's why they're here. Thank you.
No, I think, Chair, okay, it may very well be that in terms of how we've been interacting here, we have been looking at the senior counsel and the team almost interchangeably with our legal team, because right from the beginning when we started our work, the understanding was that here is an external team which is coming to work together with the parliamentary team. Now, I have no problem with Honorable Bredelbach's argument, Glenis's argument that no, that's not what they are meant for, and I don't want us to spend time on that. This is what I want to suggest. I think firstly, we would like to suggest that firstly, we want to welcome the decision of the DA to withdraw one of their members on the basis of the court case that has been opened, notwithstanding the fact that the court case may very well be a DA court case as opposed to an individual court case. But the mere fact that the member who happened to participate in that case is one of our own, it therefore suffices that they've taken a correct decision on that matter. Secondly, and I would want to assume that our view as the ANC is that that decision may have not necessarily dependent on certain legal principles, but rather on taking a position on moral ground and understanding the fairness that has got to unfold in the committee like ourselves when we're interacting with the witnesses. Now, I want to propose, Chair, two things. The first one is that the parliamentary legal team should look at this matter, even if they don't advise us now. We are allowed to proceed now with Honorable Skosana in attendance, while we allow them to go and look at the matter and advise us whether there are any legal grounds for him to be recused. However, in an event where his name pops up in the presentation by the witness who's coming here, in the context of him having or being expected later on to answer to certain things that are going to arise from the presentation, we should then agree in principle that we will treat him in the same way that we have treated others. But in terms of the legal standing of his participation here and now, I suggest that we defer that matter to the parliamentary legal team, and in the meantime, we allow the proceedings to resume and proceed with an understanding that would be advised later on whether or not he actually qualifies to remain in the committee. That's our submission as ANC. Thanks.
Is there anybody who is opposed to that view? Okay. The DA, can I see if the Democratic Alliance wants to take a bite on the proposal?
Chair, we'd like to see the committee move along. So we have no difficulty with the proposal.
Okay. Honorable Sauls.
Chair, we as a committee and yourself, Chair, we've delayed the issue unnecessarily from day one when we raised the issue of conflict. And we delayed it. The House decided that after the first witness, we will relook at the matter of conflict. After the first witness, I wrote to you. We spoke face to face. You delayed it even further and said we will discuss it in detail this coming Wednesday. Now we're sitting with a similar issue because we didn't make a decision on it. And even in the last meeting, online meeting, virtual meeting, it was agreed that there will be a legal opinion on the matter. Now, we must.
Honorable Sauls.
Are you recognizing the?
No. I want to say to you that you are an honorable member of this parliament. And this committee is a committee of members of parliament. So when you see a hand of a person who is not a member of parliament, you must not be distracted. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. It's just I was looking at you and you were looking at
This is a parliamentary proceeding.
So as I was saying, if we dealt with it and we got the legal opinion in the beginning, we would now not have the need for this proposal to say, let's first get a legal opinion and then we continue. That's the first thing. That's the first reason why I disagree with the proposal, because we have to have that legal opinion already. Then the MKP says that the matter or the criminal case was opened against General Sibiya by Honorable Kosana, but not in his individual capacity. If it was in his individual capacity, I would then have proposed Rule 163 of our rules, that they can co-opt someone else when the witnesses who is involved in that case are here. But now that it's the entire party on the record, the entire party must recuse themselves. For when the witness...
Yeah, but you see...
But let me finish.
Just to hold to that, I don't want you to debate the merits and the demerits, because the proposal of the Chief Whip is that General Sibiya is already here. If we want to discuss, like you said, the chair said, we will itemize all those matters for Wednesday. We will discuss them. But for now, what we should do, for me, is to check if all of you agree with this proposal.
No, but that's unfair, Chair, because before the proposal of the Chief Whip made that proposal when it was the Chief Whip's opportunity to comment on the issue, to discuss the issue. And then in his input, the Chief Whip then proposed. Now I'm only expected to deal with the proposal and not give my input. But everyone else before me gave their input. I need to be allowed to give my input on the matter.
It's okay. If you want to give that background, you can do. But where I stand, I would persuade you to talk to the proposal. The proposal that the Chief Whip makes is that all of you will still be given a chance to raise the views that you have around the matter. But for now, because he's proposing that we subject this matter to a legal opinion.
Chair, I'm saying that the position we have on the MKP on conflict, from day one, we had the same position on the DA on conflict. It's not only the MKP that is conflicted here. The entire 4 members that the DA has given initially is conflicted. All 4. Today we find out that the 1 member that's now being removed by the DA, it's not something beautiful. The Honorable Member Breitenbach said that they knew about this. She opened the case some time ago. So when they fielded her, they knew about the conflict of interest. Removing her today is not something beautiful. It is just proving that they intentionally knew about conflict, allowed the Honorable Member, and all 4 of them, I don't know about the new Honorable Member, but all 4 of them are conflicted. 3 out of the 4 needs to be witnesses. So now I'm saying, when we decide on MKP, we must also decide on DA. DA, the entire members of DA is conflicted.
Yes, Honorable, so I hear, you see what we must do, Honorable Members. Let us direct ourselves to, I know you are politicians and you are a political party. You know, political parties, they like sniping at each other.
No, Chair, point of order. I'm not sniping at anybody. I'm raising facts. Honorable Barnard, we've spoken about it. There's conflict. The witness, our terms of reference says, any allegation that the main witness, that General Mkhwanazi raises, and anyone implicated, we must investigate. General Mkhwanazi implicated Honorable Barnard, he implicated Honorable Cameron, he implicated Honorable Breitenbach. That's 3. Today, the DA lets us know that Honorable Schickling has opened up a criminal case and therefore there is bias. So therefore she's removed. These are facts. I'm not sniping at any party. This thing that when it comes to corruption, it has a black face. When it comes to those who must hold them accountable, it's only a white face. The 3 out of the DA that is implicated by General Mkhwanazi must become witnesses. We must question them. They have alleged part in political interference into the work of the police. We must interrogate that. If we're not going to be fair, then we can't expect the same from MKP. So I disagree with the proposal and I say we must look into conflict for MKP and the DA. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels. Can I check, honorable members from the DA, do you want to speak before? Because from here, I'm going to give the MKP to reply and then we must go on with the proceedings. I mean, can I check, okay. From Vessels, DA, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Yes, if you want to speak, hold it there. I just want to know.
We'll wait.
Honorable Sangon, would you want to speak, or what the Chief Whip said is fine with yourselves?
Yes, I think we just still stand by that proposal, Chair. Only in the event that you change the decision, then we'd want to come back. Thank you.
Okay. So we are going to do like this: is Honorable Vessels, Honorable Breitenbach, and then Honorable Nomvalo. And delay, you must come closer to me.
Thank you, Chairperson. Obviously, one has an opinion on this matter, but I think the proposal is progressive. Let's move on. Let's get a legal opinion, and let's discuss the issue on, I think, Wednesday when we have a meeting that we can discuss household issues. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. I would like to suggest to the Honourable Sauls that he be a little more circumspect in the use of the word implicate. We will go with the proposal of the ANC Chief Whip, just to get the matter moving along. The meeting on Wednesday, as you well know, I cannot attend for previously arranged reasons. The Honourable Cameron won't be there, so the Honourable Klopper will present our argument on Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay. MKP.
Chair, we disagree with the proposal. If you take that decision, you can take it on your own. We are not part of it. We are going to consult our legal advisors on this issue because it cannot be that you can do on the left what you can't do on the right. When we're faced with the most critical issue in this committee, involving a member of this committee who was implicated by the testimony made by General Mkhwanazi, there was never a call for legal advice. Where does this call come from? Because the senior counsel does not do what we task him to do, to say, what is the issue here? Take us through. He's not doing that. And we say, out of nothing, let us have a legal advice. Because there's absolutely nothing that is a crisis that has been put before us, except narrating events of who opened the case when and for what. So, Chairperson, we don't have confidence already in that team. because they kept quiet. They never advised this committee on serious issues. Two, we disagree with what Honorable Breitenbach is saying. The senior counsel has a task of advising this committee. If that was not the case, he would not have raised the matter he's raising now. He would have come here in this committee and led the evidence if he does not have a responsibility to advise the committee. So it means he has acted ultra-virus if we were to go according to what Honorable Breitenbach is saying. The problem with what he has done is that he has just given us a half-cooked legal advice, a microwave legal advice, which is not enough, with no legal principles, a whole senior counsel. So, Chair, we disagree with this. If the committee takes that decision, take it on your own, we will consult our legal team because we know the legal advice that will be given by Andile on this matter. Thank you.
Look, no, I'm not going to give any member time to speak. If you get triggered by what other members are saying, we will not finish. We will discuss this matter the whole day.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Honorable Source is taken.
Not taking input on the issue. I just wanted to say that we have asked for a legal opinion. So it's not true that there's no legal opinion. That legal opinion should be here now so that we can have an answer to the issue. Because if we're going to allow a witness to sit there and be questioned by people who has a matter against him, it's not fair. His constitutional rights is being infringed upon because he's not having a fair trial. So then there should have been a legal opinion already now because we've requested it when we addressed the issue of Honorable Ban. So the question is just, is that legal opinion now available instead of postponing this session for a legal opinion? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Andile.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the honorable members and greetings to my colleagues as well. Chair, for us, this is a fairly simple matter because it is not the first time that a committee of parliament is confronted, with this question. And I think if you look at the rules, you will agree with me that the rules do not say anything regarding the recusal of members. And I personally, Chair, I think there's a reason for that. And the reason is a simple one, is that you can't subject members of parliament to the requirements of independence or impartiality. If you read 5.1 of our terms of reference, it says this committee is neither a judicial or quasi-judicial. It says, let me just read it. 5.1 under the format of the inquiry, and I think this begins from the second sentence. It is neither a judicial or quasi-judicial process, nor is it an adversarial process. Yeah, okay. I'll just stop there. So Chairperson, this committee does not perform a judicial or adjudicative function. Its function is merely to inquire into these matters and report on them to the National Assembly. So even if you are speaking about a decision in a technical legal sense, this committee won't be making any decisions. It will just report that which it has done, to the House. And of course, the House will have to take a decision whether they agree with the report of the committee as well. So, of course, Chairperson, it would be undesirable for any member of the committee to participate in its inquiry into the conduct of the member concerned And if I listen to the conspectors of ex-chairperson, the members who are talking about are not under investigation. I know I'm not aware that these members who are investigating them, and of course the member should not sit in judgment of his or her own conduct. I agree with that. But the mere fact that a member, of the committee has expressed strong views or has particular knowledge of matters under investigation does not disqualify them. I mean, that's, I'm not sure if I've tried to simplify it. So we're not a court, Chair, we're not sitting as a court, and that's my view. And of course, members of parliament, I know I'm repeating myself, to subject them to requirements of independence and impartiality. That's not correct, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll leave it there up until maybe there are follow-up questions. Thanks.
Look, this is what we are going to do, honorable members. Number one, I'm going to make a request to you that every time we discuss a matter, our focus must be on the matter for discussion. Because we spend a lot of time making political statements, veering away from the matter issue. And that takes our time. Number two, I want you as honorable members to understand that we are a constitutional democracy. That is what we are in terms of architect. Mr. Tejana has read a clause in our terms of reference. And that clause that he has read, I believe it must also be read in context with the rules of parliament. And the rules of parliament must also be subjected to the supremacy of the law in this country. But for now, the matter has been raised by ourselves as members. And all what we are saying here has not been put to test. And maybe before I come back to this matter to tell you how we're going to move forward, let me go back to the matter of the senior council. This senior council is not a senior council of parliament. This committee is a committee of parliament which runs in terms of the rules that we ourselves as members of parliament have adopted. And if there is any matter that has to do with the rules or our conduct as members of parliament, don't throw that matter to the senior council. It is not his matter. You may have whatever feelings you have about him, but let's not draw him to matters that are not within his or the ambience of his work. Please. He has been unnecessarily attacked. The attack on him is unjustifiable. And we must desist from doing that. So there is a provision in Rule 165 of the rules I don't know if that provision is applicable to the matter here, which deals with integrity. But Andile is right. You know, when we are members of parliament, the reason why we, and the chief whip has said it here, that it's very difficult to legislate on morality. But the reason why you are called an honorable member, it's not just a cheap tag that you get on the streets, honorable Lakanya. They call you an honorable member because there is a huge expectation on your part to be exemplary in everything that you do. But unfortunately, we cannot legislate on morality, and our rules are silent on matters like this one. So, and this is a matter which I have personally told you in more than one occasion, sir. Just write it one day and mention my name, you will see. You will no longer see me sitting here. It's a moral stand. I don't have to discuss it with anybody. It's about my morality as a person. And it cannot even be commuted to anybody. And we cannot even try and persuade anybody to have that kind of understanding. But then what we will do, honorable members, is that we are going to proceed in this way. We are going to allow General Sibiya to come here and make a presentation. And during their presentation, where there is information that comes out that implicates the member, or a statement is made to the extent that the witness expresses their unhappiness with the presence of the member, that is where we are going to have a problem. And number two, because this committee is a committee of parliament, and attention has to be brought to the office of the Speaker in terms of Rule 165. That Speaker, in the parliament that you lead, there is an ad hoc committee comprising of the following members. And in the evidence presented so far, there are the names of these members that continue or that are being mentioned. And then the office of the Speaker as the leader of parliament will then have to lead us in that regard. So I'm not going to open this matter for a debate now.
Just a point of clarity, please, Chair. I just want to be clear. Clarity, please.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, to understand, the legal advice, is the legal advice saying that there's no requirement for us to be impartial, and Chair, you are agreeing with that? Just for clarity, so I have an understanding.
No, let's put the issue of the legal advice aside. Because if there is a legal advice, the legal advice must come from the office of the Speaker. That is what the Chief Whip has said here. Go and seek legal advice. So the leader of this parliament is the Speaker. And the rules enjoin us to report every matter to the office of the Speaker. So that is exactly what should happen. Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Yeah, just in addition to what Andile drew attention to, I think it's important to draw attention to the following terms of reference. that binds this committee. The first is at paragraph 1.6. It says a committee of parliament that holds a public inquiry for purposes of reporting to the NA exercises public power and is obliged to do so in accordance with, but not limited to, the fundamental principles of the rule of law, legality, rationality, procedural fairness, and justice, ensuring that its procedure and report adheres thereto. Then at 1.7, the committee agrees to conduct the inquiry in accordance with the provisions of these terms of reference, which are based on the aforesaid principles.
Yeah.
Then
there is nothing wrong with what you are saying, Senior Counsel. If you listened, I said that the rules of parliament that we have and the terms of reference and the Constitution of the Republic have to be read together if you want to make a proper interpretation of that.
And then, Chair, at the same 5.8, 5.8.1, where's that the rule that you, there's again a reference to the same principles. And can I just say 5.1,
Chairperson? Chair?
can I just say
Chairperson?
lastly 5.1,
Chairperson, I'm calling an order on you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable
Chair, you have just said a few minutes ago, the legal counsel does not have a right to advise this committee. Can only be advised by the speaker. The reason why this meeting is on hold is because of the advice that he has initially given to us. 2, you are allowing him to proceed with his legal advices, and we will demand our right of reply. Because it can't just be left hanging. If he is advising us on the direction that we must take, we must also deliberate on his advices. I just want you to know, Chairperson.
Yeah.
And if you say he has no right to advise us, he can only lead evidence, as it has been said by Honorable Bradley Bach. So be it. We can't be found wanting because we don't know exactly what he's doing now. Is he advising us or what is happening here, Chairperson?
But listen,
and I think we are creating more confusion.
Listen here, Honorable Number. The Senior Counsel has raised a matter here to the attention of the committee. And that can never be equated to him giving us a legal advice. He came here and said, I want you to note as the committee that you have the following members of your committee who are being mentioned in a letter that has been sent to you by General Sibiya's lawyers. That's what the Senior Counsel did, and the enfilade on the Senior Counsel must stop. It must stop. We cannot allow honorable members to continue to attack the Senior
Point of order, Chair. I think I respected you, Chair. When I've been raising my hand, you are not pointing me. Chair, abantu base South Africa right now, let's stop wasting time where Chief Whip has also given a direction. You, Chair, are wasting time now, continuously allowing this matter to continue. He has given an advice. If you don't have advice, what is it? So, Chair, asking my plea to you, Chair, before you speak, with all respect, can we kindly respect South Africans now that we take this matter as Andile has spoken? It will be dead on that Wednesday deliberation, and we don't accept it. But we have a Wednesday to talk about that matter. For now, can we put South African first? Can you be a chair? Chair right now, because the first time I spoke,
I told you what you are not running the committee correctly. And today I always find myself victimized. When I pick up my hand, you jump me. And you also emphasize on time, alternates and all those things. But can I tell you this time around, Chair, you are not steering this committee right at this moment. Please protect South Africans, give South Africans the respect you've always given them. Asiyeke le ndaba sizoyikhuluma ngolesithathu, uyezwe lesithathu. Life, it's totally different. Ubhanadu ugangile la baba la mama le wathatha ijombo inika abantu faka impilo amaphoyisa enkingeni. It's totally different with a person othunywe umkhonto wesizwe to open a case. Totally different. You are still failing to see that here implicated and umuntu othunyiwe. Come on, Chair. Hlonipha abantu ngicela.
Okay. Look, I did not expect you to debate the matter. I expected you to raise the point of order. That point of order is ruled out because if you want to say the chair does not recognize you, I said when I noted the hands, I said to you guys, I'm going to give the MKP chance to reply. No, we don't run a meeting like that. And if you are unhappy with the chair, do not attack the chairperson and say the chairperson is not running the meeting. We have been running these proceedings from the first day under very difficult circumstances, but we are where we are today. And I'm going to plead with you, honorable members. We have to be calm. If we are going to make this committee to work, we have to be calm. There is nothing that will stop us from doing our work. The only thing which will defeat us is the attitude that we bring to the meeting and our proceedings. Honorable vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we should be fair. The senior counsel brought a possible perception of conflict of interest to the committee's attention. That is his prerogative. It is his due diligence to do, because we have to disclose a possible perception of conflict of interest. That's not advice, but Chairperson, let's move on, please.
Do you want to speak, Honorable Skosan? Do you think it's fair to speak on a matter where your name is subject of discussion?
Yeah, in fact, I just want. It's about me. I'm not going to comment on this, but I just wanted to support my colleague to say it's improper to say the evidence leader is not giving advice. He's giving advice. The fact of the matter is that he's giving advice. And you said the proposal was that Andile, like Honorable Brechenbach was saying, the Andile is from the Parliamentary Legal Service. He has mentioned what must happen. But now we are debating that with the SC. I mean, with the SC, our evidence leader. I don't think it's fair. In other words, we are saying, I don't want to go to the merits to say it's wrong for Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to open a case against anyone in this country. Therefore, it means Umkhonto Wesizwe won't be able to participate in Parliament when this matter is going to be debated.
But you are going back to debate the issue that,
thank you, Chair.
That we have.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that the SC is giving legal advice. It's not giving any other thing. It's not questioning the witness. It's arguing that MKP should not be here. It's not about me. This is not a private matter. Umkhonto Wesizwe has opened a case.
I want to.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you still need some time to talk on this matter that involves your name?
No, Chair. I'll listen. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, we have concluded this item. Like we have said, it will still be discussed in the committee, but it has to be brought to the attention of the Speaker of Parliament. Committees of Parliament report to the Speaker on the work that they do. And the Chief Whip is right in his proposal when he says Parliament will have to get a legal opinion on this matter, because this is a matter which has to do with the rights of the citizens of this country. So let's conclude it that way, and I want to thank you for your participation in the discussions. And where you might have said things during the discussions that you may regret, when you are alone, just inform yourself that I regret what I would have said. I could have said it in a better way, but I said it different. Don't tell anybody about those regrets. Just inform yourself. That is how you become a better person. Let me check if I must give you a 9 minutes break, and so that we reorganize ourselves with General Sibiya. Will come back at 22:1. Yeah, thank you so much.
This not a small, that was still in my head to see how do I attend to it. Same as some bunch, but I'm going to qualify on your side kitchen ways at the democracy. Because I think we don't play one, so something that we need for discussion. The moment that they don't send around the whole number. And I qualify unless it is makes up which then time but at the moment one of the things that I need to type left behind. Oh, remember to do as your home. That's the not oh, so that is why it's not it's only the family what you do is one of the and the problem is one that okay, see what imagine I have the bad situation when I want to do no one did and I think I will think just go far. Then doctor out. Then doctor paramedic. But even if you want to push your day, all you want it and so on. So we don't want at the end of our way. Somebody said that we did that time. All the letters that's as simple as it is. I mean, I would understand the compare for us. The grammar is that total matter. And then the particular matter is don't say anything about the thinker. But you open the thing. Yeah. Because not only you look at the come from open the thing. You know, that's another way to feel like hello. Now they protect them. I am so well. Yeah, Bagala, they are also telling him as well. Yeah, Bagala, yeah. That was.
questions or additional comments on
Thank you so much, honorable members, and welcome back, General Sibiya. We have now done our housekeeping, which did not need you, and I think we were ready to proceed. Honorable members and our participants here, there is this ownerless cell phone. The cell phone is ownerless, so any person who wants to claim to be an owner will have to come and produce all official documents. Yeah. Okay. We are now going to do like this. The General Sibiya, welcome. This is the procedure which we are going to take. We are going to start by administering oath, and then thereafter, our evidence leader and his team, Advocate Aronson, will then lead you in the statement that you have deposed here with us. Let me say the following to you, that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate the allegations by Lieutenant General Ntantla Mkhwanazi, so that you provide information in relation to the ad hoc committee's oversight work in investigating these allegations, which include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, the PKT team, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath, in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. You have indicated that you wish to take the oath so as to be afforded the protections as provided in the Powers and Privileges Act 2004. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or the affirmation. Which one do you prefer, General Sibiya?
I'll take an oath there, Chair.
Thank you so much. If you take oath, I will then read the following, and then you will repeat. You will mention your full names and say, I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Shadrack Sibiya, I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much, General Sibiya. I'm now handing over to Senior Counsel Advocate Arendse to start the engagements with you. Thank you so much. All the best.
Good, Chair. Good afternoon, General. Afternoon. We were supposed to start this morning. Anyway, thank you for your attendance, and thank you and your team, your legal team, for the cooperation that we've received in the past few weeks. And also more recently, some additional documents that have become available. Honorable Chair, as I indicated, these documents are being printed and will become available during the course of the day to honorable committee members. And if I may, with your leave and honorable members' leave, refer occasionally to some of those documents as I ask the witness questions. General, just by way of introduction, is there anything briefly that you want to say or mention to the honorable committee?
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members. Just to find out in relation to the fact that before we broke, Chair, there was a discussion that was actually being discussed in relation to the concern that we raised in relation to one of the honorable members in relation to his participation in these proceedings, considering the fact that the honorable member is a complainant in a member that led to a session seizure at my house. And at the same time, I have to come and account before the same parliamentary member as well. As far as I'm concerned, there's a conflict of interest. I just want to be led by Parliament and advised with all the utmost respect. I just need to be guided by Parliament, by the chair, by this House, as to what is the final verdict, so that I can also take legal advice from my team and then take it from the chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, General. And I want to thank you for your courage to raise the matter with us. It's within your right to raise that matter. We are a committee of Parliament that runs in accordance with the rules that Parliament has adopted. And the rules that we have they will not empower us to take any decision regarding the participation or the membership of members to committees. The only recourse that we have as a committee is to write to the Speaker of Parliament and alert that office about any other matter that would have arisen in relation to any member of the committees of Parliament. So we will accordingly bring the matters to the attention of the office of the Speaker of Parliament.
Am I allowed to take legal advice? And if the chair say no, I'm 100% ready to proceed, but I just want to get, because I'm trying to remain within the rules, and also not for Parliament to think that I'm being difficult, but it's a matter that we've been discussing with the legal team, because there's a better way of, maybe from my side of my legal team, to be able to express it better than I can, if it is allowed. But if the chair says no, let's proceed. I'm ready, Chair. But it is my humble request that I be given an opportunity to hear, or for my legal team to be allowed to actually express my concern more in a legal form, if it is allowed.
In terms of the terms of reference that we have passed, we have said that you have a right to consult with your lawyers, but when you come here to our proceedings, your lawyers may not represent you in our proceedings. And if you, for instance, say, I want to consult with my lawyers and hear what they say, and then I will come back and sit on this chair. It's not for you to tell us what they are saying. Remember, it's your right to consultation. And if you come back and say, no, I have consulted with my lawyers, let's proceed. Yeah, I don't think we can deny you that right to consult your lawyer.
Just 2 minutes, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, Chair.
when you say you are ready, you mean we can proceed?
Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, General Sibiya. We have discussed with you the topics that we intend to follow that you have in your witness statement. So I'm not going to ask you to read your statement. We've discussed that. Save for where you wish specifically either to read from your statement or where I direct you to a particular paragraph that I will request you to read. I've also indicated to you that given evidence that has already been given now by Lieutenant General Mkunazi and General Masemola, General Masemola being the more recent, that I will also from time to time put to you any adverse comment or comments that they made for you to give a response. I've discussed with you and your team that because our procedure is different to that of the Madlanga Commission, and we only have you, as it were, here today, I will take the opportunity of occasionally putting a contrary version to you for your comment. And you and your team have accepted that that's in order with you. In fact, you welcome the opportunity of putting your side of the story, as it were, before the Honourable Committee and people of this country. The themes we're going to follows the contours of our terms of reference. We look at the Minister's directive, your involvement or knowledge in any of the political killings task team prior to the Minister's directive, and subsequently the control and custody of dockets and the removal of PKTT dockets. We look at alleged political interference, alleged factionalism in SEPS. So broadly, those will be the themes that we will follow, but let's start on a more personal note. Your witness statement begins with your employment with SEPS over a number of years, and if we go to paragraph 13, that starts at paragraph 10 on page 7. This is your career path, which at paragraph 11 you'll see on the 2nd of January 1989. So it's quite a long career in SEPS, and where you have progressed to the most senior levels within SEPS. I want to just ask you, just for purposes of distinguishing between what we have today and what you currently work with and experience, just to discuss briefly your appointment to the Directorate of Special Operations, commonly referred to as Scorpions, 2001, which you discuss which you referred to at paragraph 13. You established the Northern Cape and Free State offices in 2004, and where you appointed the special chief investigator until the Scorpions disbandment in 2009. So briefly, just describe for us your experience with the Scorpions, what your own views were on the effectiveness, etc.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just before I continue, Chair, in response to my short meeting with my legal team, I'm advised that I will proceed. I'm proceeding, but I must note, I will indicate rather that I do so under protest, Chair, in case at the ultimate end, because I will be participating in a process that I believe could be tainted. And as a result, I just want to know that, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, starting from my career path, Chair, I'm appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner and I'm responsible for crime detection. And I've been employed by the police since the 2nd of January, 1989. And I rose through the ranks, starting from where I was deployed in Naisna as a constable. And in December, I was also appointed as the head of the General Desk of International Missing and Wanted Person at Interpol. I obtained my national diploma in police administration in 1996 at Technicon SA, and I also obtained my BTech degree in policing through UNISA in 2008. I'm currently registered for Masters in Arts in Criminal Justice in UNISA. In 2001, I joined the Directorate of Special Operations, colloquially known as the Scorpions, and I was based at Gauteng as a senior special investigator. I was also based at head office of the Scorpions at the NPA BGM. Then whilst I was there, I was one of the people who were sent to the Eastern Cape. When the Eastern Cape was were hit by a spate of corruption and corrupt activities at the Eastern Cape, I'm one of the people who were sent down there to go and fight corruption and maladministration in the Eastern Cape for a number of years. I was subsequently referred to head office as a project manager responsible for the Eastern Cape and Free State region. I was running those projects for those provinces. In and around 2004, I myself, together with Advocate Moleboheng Mdala, who is now a judge, we were sent to Free State, the two of us, to go and establish the office of the Scorpions that was to be responsible for both Northern Cape and the Free State. And following this, then leading to my appointment as the Chief Special Investigator in 2005. Then in 2009, the Scorpions were disbanded. I was then sent to commercial crime within the South African Police Service. But then I indicated that my interest is more in fighting organized crime, and then I was sent to organized crime at head office. When I arrived at the Scorpion head office, at the South African Police Service head office, the DPCI, the Hawks head office, at that point in time, because we were just arriving from the Scorpions, there was not much because there was no posts really allocated. I started a unit, it was a task team called Tactical Operations Management Section that dealt with serious and violent crimes, including cash in transit, ATM bombings, serious and violent murders. And this is a team that at some point between 2010, 2011, 2012, it was mostly dealing with cash in transit and ATM bombings. And I'm quite sure members can recall, because there was a point where even we were counting with Parliament in terms of the kingpins that were involved in the cash in transit that we have identified and that we were addressing. Parliament was even doing a countdown with us until 0, and for a long period of time, at some point, cash in transit became quiet because of that intervention that I was leading. To an extent that the same team that I formed today, it was actually turned into a fully fledged unit to be part of the DPCI, within the structure of the DPCI. I was then approached and promoted to become the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, responsible for the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, which is the DPCI in Gauteng. And then members will realize that it is at a time when the management of the South African Police Service decided to bring General Petros from Western Cape, who was doing well here in the Western Cape. They sent him to Gauteng because Gauteng was under pressure. When you look at the provinces, Western Cape was always number 1, but Gauteng was number 9 in terms of the crime fighting. As you fight crime, you check on the provinces which one is doing well and which one is not, is really suffering. General Petros was taken to Gauteng, and then I was part of the team of General Petros, which changed the whole scene in Gauteng in such a way that Gauteng became number 1, no longer number 9. I was there also with General Petros running the DPCI in Gauteng. And members and Chair, it is at that point in time when I was approached to conduct an investigation on the former Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, General Richard Mdluli. And I put the team together that were running the investigation, leading to the arrest of Richard Mdluli. And it is at that point in time that I actually made a lot of enemies within crime intelligence sector. Many cases were opened against me, and to an extent that even when they brought in General Ndlameza, who was to take over from General Mdluli, he immediately suspended me, immediately charged me for fraud and corruption on fraudulent kilometer claim, including the illegal rendition of the Zimbabweans. I was charged for the illegal rendition of the Zimbabwean. And when you look at the people who actually were involved in the arresting of those Zimbabweans, all of those people who were arrested by crime intelligence. And crime intelligence were even given or awarded letters of commendation, but I'm the one who was charged for illegal rendition. I got charged for fraudulent kilometer claim. When we got to court before a magistrate, the magistrate asked the prosecutor, "Why did you charge this man?" The prosecutor says, into the court record, the records are there with the voice of the prosecutor saying what I'm saying that I know there was no case, but I was instructed to put the matter on the court roll. Now, Chair and members, this took me almost 7 years to fight this thing to return back to the police, having been dismissed for crime I did not commit, which is the similar situation I'm facing now.
Sorry, General. So just following that sequence of your employment, so the time lapse between your employment with SAPS and then your subsequent re-employment on the 1st of July when you returned as the component head of organized crime. Prior to that, you were employed by the city of Joburg.
That's correct, Chair.
That period of employment, was that following the charges and the finding of guilty from Major General Shlaveza, the charges he brought against you?
That is correct, Chair.
So and your employment at the city of Joburg, some would describe it as your departure there as somewhat controversial.
May I respond, Chair?
Yes.
The employment at the city of Chair and members, you will remember that I challenged my dismissal all the way. From the start, after the suspension, the judges in all the courts that ruled in this matter, they ruled in my favor to an extent that General Clemeza was, the judge said that he's a dishonest person who lacks honor and integrity. And as a result of that, the Helen Susman Foundation and the Freedom Under Law, they took the matter to court for General Clemeza to be released. So now, but the fact is I was already fired. I had to follow the labor law, the labor relations process, and which took quite some time. Now, I have won the cases, and now I was at home. I was looking for a job, and an opportunity came from the city of Joburg. I applied like many others, and then I was employed by the city of Joburg. Now, I was employed daylight on a national television, approved by the council of the city of Joburg, and I participated like any other normal employee. I accounted before the committees, all the oversight bodies. So there is no any other environment that is actually regulated more than like the city. The systems put in place, everything that gets approved by the council. I was appointed officially so, and even when that was challenged, it was investigated by the public protector, was cleared by the public protector. We've got a public protector report that I can refer to. Chair, you will help me here. Was the way we pegged my we've got a public protector report in the bundle, Chair. I will just it's not there, but it's
fine. So you were appointed by the city of Joburg, but you had also left there.
I left.
Well, what was the circumstances of your departure there?
Because of the fact that I joined the police when I was 20 years, and today I'm 57 years. So I grew up in the police. My job is that of the police. I was there because I had no job at that point in time. But the moment the Labour Court appeal gave me the result that says you are being reinstated with effect from the 1st of July, I went back to the Southern.
Oh, okay. So that explains your re-employment. It wasn't even a re-employment with SAPS, it was a reinstatement.
Reinstatement, as if I never left.
So the Labour Court found that you had been unfairly dismissed, unfairly treated.
Unfairly and substantially and unprocedurally dismissed.
And the primary remedy for the Labour Court in cases of unfair dismissal is always reinstatement.
It's reinstatement, and I was supposed to actually be paid for the difference for the whole 5 years, 6 years I was out. But because I was already employed, it cannot be, because it's being looked at as double dipping. Yeah. So the court said, no, we'll only reimburse you for the period you were unemployed. But for this other one, you were already employed, so we can't pay you since then.
So your reinstatement at SAPS on 1 July 2022 into the role of component head of organized crime in the rank of Major General. Was that equivalent to the role you had occupied at the time of your dismissal?
Yes, I was a Major General, and when I was reinstated, there was already a Major General appointed at the DPCI, and then I felt that I really don't need to fight for a position and say I was the head of the DPCI. I can be deployed anywhere in the South African Police Service, and that is what I said to the management, that I'm just happy to be here, to be back, and I can be deployed. And then I was deployed at head office as a component head responsible for organized crime.
And then just about a year later, that was quite quick, you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General, the rank you hold now.
Yes.
And you were appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection. Who appointed you?
The National Commissioner.
And just describe briefly what is the role, function of the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, and which other sections or divisions fall under you in that role?
Chair, in short, let me start here to say that it was not within a very short space of time. Remember, it was a reinstatement since I became a general in 2010. Stretches up until 2023, which is how many years? From 2010 to 2023, 13 years. I was a general, Major General. That's when I got promoted to. So it's quite a number of years. And my job is as a Deputy National Commissioner, in short, is to provide executive direction on crime detection matters within the SAPS. And my functions include to ensure the strategic direction on the effective investigation of crime on all levels of intelligence service for the South African Police Service. I also ensure the strategic direction with regards to the investigation of crime as set out in the South African Police Service Act 1995, inclusive of the application of forensic science and maintenance of criminal records on all criminal justice systems. I ensure strategic direction with regards to the investigation of crime within the detectives.
So you have oversight over specialized investigative divisions, the forensic services, and all intelligence-led policing initiatives.
That is correct, Chair and members. I had two divisions reporting to me, which is detective forensics and crime intelligence. Under the detective forensics, you will have your components. And the components that you will have your family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses. You will also have component that deals with crime investigation service. You will also have serious and violent crime investigation. You will have your organized crime investigation. You have your criminal records and crime scene management. You also have forensic science laboratory and quality management, as well as commercial crime. Now, when it comes to crime intelligence, you have intelligence collection services. You also have intelligence analysis and coordination, operational intelligence support, counter and security intelligence. Now, this is the structure that I had when I was leading the when I, as a Deputy National Commissioner. However, there's a new structure that has been approved that changes crime intelligence to report to the National Commissioner, and that separates detective and forensics. In others, we have detectives, Divisional Commissioner, and you also have Forensic Science Laboratory as another division. So you still have two divisions. The two divisions that were clubbed together, detectives and forensic. There now is detectives and there's also forensics. Intelligence reporting to the National Commissioner.
Can I direct your attention to the core bundle? Chair, that's the Honourable Chair, that's the bundle that's not in front of you and Honourable committee members because we haven't it printed. That starts at, have you got the core bundle there?
I've got it, Chair.
Page 34. That's where it starts. It's an information note. At the time, it was addressed to the acting National Commissioner. I think this was in 2015, 5 November 2015. And at the time, I see the acting National Commissioner was J.K. Mashlani. Can I ask you to turn to page 39 and 40? And at the bottom of page 39, this reads background to the establishment of the post of Deputy National Commissioner. At the time, the Minister of Safety and Security, the scheme established 4 posts of Deputy National Commissioner and required the National Commissioner to appoint the 4 Deputy National Commissioners subject to the directions of the Minister. So in your case, were you appointed by National Commissioner Masemola?
That is correct, Chair.
And that would have been at the time when the Minister was Minister Kele.
That is correct, Chair.
Your appointment, was there any particular process that was followed?
Is the normal process that is being followed in the appointment of all senior managers that are at the head office.
You apply?
You don't apply at certain levels. You just get identified, and there is a regulation that is being followed in appointing such senior managers.
So must it be the case that you were identified by the National Commissioner Masemola at the time?
That is correct.
As suited for this job?
That is correct.
And it's with the approval of the Minister at the time, Becky Kelly?
That is correct.
And this is what the document reads. These posts were established to enable the National Commissioner to discharge his responsibilities, exercise his powers, and perform his functions and duties effectively. And then just over the page, maybe I should ask you to read this. It's on page 40. This is your mandate. Have you got it there?
Yes, sure.
If you want to read it.
Yes. The responsibilities, powers, functions, and duties of the National Commissioner that are related to one another and related to the same environment were grouped together in different groups in terms of the scheme. A Deputy National Commissioner was appointed in respect of each environment to discharge the responsibilities, exercise the powers, and perform the functions and duties of the National Commissioner on behalf of the National Commissioner in respect of the specific environment for which he or she was appointed, in accordance with the National Policing Policy determined by the Minister of Police and subject to any direction issued by the Minister of Police and subject to the command and control of the National Commissioner.
So how do you interpret that? And we'll deal we'll deal a bit in more detail with the Minister's Directive.
Paragraph 4 says, since the relevant Deputy National Commissioner exercises their powers and performs the functions and duties on behalf of the National Commissioner, the National Commissioner is by law deemed to have exercised the powers and perform the functions and duties himself. All members, including divisional commissioners and provincial commissioners, are accordingly bound thereby. So, in terms of delegation number 1 of the document entitled Delegation of Powers and Authorization to Perform Duties, the Deputy National Commissioner, South African Police Service, approved on 19 January 2012 and issued by means of Consolidation Notice 3 of 2012, the powers to perform any legal act for the service or act in any legal capacity on behalf of the service was delegated to a functionary at the level of Deputy National Commissioner. This means that a Deputy National Commissioner may exercise any act that has legal consequences for the service within his or her sphere of responsibility. The National Commissioner may assign certain functions to a Deputy National Commissioner within a sphere of policing possibility of the DNC and finalize the matters. For example, the Deputy National Commissioner Corporate Service may be assigned to approve certain appointments. So this is a document that gives powers to the appointment of the Deputy National Commissioner, and it specifies the functions of the Deputy National Commissioner, because as was mentioned by the previous witness, General Nkanka Mkwanazi, he said if the National Commissioner is alone, and for him to be able to run the whole country alone, it will be a much impossible task. So the structure allows for the National Commissioner to appoint some managers that will be able to assist him to run the country. The same applies to in the province. You also have a provincial commissioner who will have deputy provincial commissioners. At head office nationally, you will have the national commissioner who will have deputy national commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
So, in relation to the, let me use the language of the mandate, in relation to the responsibilities and functions in respect of the specific environment for which you were appointed in terms of this policy, and that would be national crime detection, forensic services, and intelligence-led policing initiatives. You had full authority to exercise those powers for and on behalf of the National Commissioner.
That is correct.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Although it does say in this subparagraph 6 on page 41 of the core bundle that despite these delegations, the National Commissioner retains the power,
that is correct,
to perform functions and duties himself or overturn any decision taken by the relevant Deputy National Commissioner in the exercise of such powers.
That is correct. That is correct.
Now, although 7 goes on to refer to certain powers that may not be delegated, that relates to him being the accounting officer, such as the power to cordon off an area and the power to suspend without remuneration, that you don't have those powers. But correct. All the other powers of the National Commissioner, you may exercise it, provided it falls within your sphere of responsibility.
Yes, for an example, I cannot wake up tomorrow and employ a certain person. It's not within my powers. I cannot wake up tomorrow and establish a unit without having discussed with him, with the National Commissioner. There are things that you can do, there are things that you cannot do that falls within your powers, and you can't accept the powers of the National Commissioner at any given moment. Operationally, you can run the way you can, but there comes a point where you need to go sit down with him and say, National Commissioner, I was thinking of doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Will you be comfortable with it? And then he will say yes or no. Once he says no, it's no.
So within your sphere or those 3 spheres of responsibility, where would Brigadier General Khumalo, where would he fit into all of it?
General Khumalo is a divisional commissioner. He's one of the divisional commissioner that reports to me. In other words, as the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for crime detection. Crime detection consists of forensics, criminal detectives and forensics, and crime intelligence. That is now not in the newly approved structure because it was just recently now changed. But all along, since my appointment, it was crime intelligence and detective and forensics. So which means crime intelligence, General Khumalo was reporting to me.
And in relation to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the same document, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, at page 43 deals with the appointment of the Provincial Commissioner, which of course is the National Commissioner with the concurrence of the Provincial Executive in terms of sections 207(3) of the Constitution. And then the mandate reads as follows: a Provincial Commissioner reports directly to the National Commissioner on all matters and to the relevant Deputy National Commissioner and Divisional Commissioner on matters resorting within the sphere of responsibility of the specific Deputy National Commissioner or Divisional Commissioner. Now, the question that flows from this is the political killings task team. Did that fall within the sphere of responsibility allocated to you in terms of your appointment as a Deputy National Commissioner?
It's supposed to, but that was not the case, but it's supposed to.
Oh, okay. Where did the political killings task team resort under? Under whose jurisdiction, under whose sphere of responsibility?
It should be under detectives because we are talking about investigative work. Everybody who's there is investigation or investigators. It's about murder cases that have been committed. They get investigated. And once you're talking investigation, you're talking about crime detection. But in this case, there was a different, so to put it, a very weird arrangement where you find a political killing task, and they'll say to you, this is a task team that uses members of the detectives, most of them, that reports to or are project managed by Lieutenant General Khumalo, who is in crime intelligence. And that also reports to the Provincial Commissioner. Yes, it is acceptable, of course, that because the Provincial Commissioner is responsible for the province. In other words, the Provincial Commissioner is responsible for crime and policing in the province. But the reason why I say it was a weird type of arrangement is that You have a task team, but that has got only 4 people or 5 people that should know, or that are supposed to know what is going on in the task team. It will be the minister, General Kumalo, project manager, provincial commissioner Mkwanazi, national commissioner, and General Lebeya to a certain extent, the former head of the DPCI, because it was mostly not so much active in it. But as far as I'm concerned, if I'm the Deputy National Commissioner that is responsible for detectives in general, intelligence as well, and I've got a top secret clearance certificate, I need to know and understand why can't I be entrusted with knowing what this team is doing? What is it that they are busy with? And what is secretive about what they are doing that I, as a Deputy National Commissioner, am not allowed to know?
So can I ask you this? You were then appointed in July of 23 already. The events that we are discussing in this inquiry relates to what Lieutenant General Mkwanazi said at the media briefing on the 6th of July. And of course, the focus of that was the political killings task. What did you learn or know about the political killings task team as of July 2023 when you assumed the post of Deputy National Commissioner for Specialized Investigative Division, Forensic Services, and Intelligence-led Policing?
Chair, I just want to get to my bandwidth. Which paragraph are we, Chair?
Sorry, Jen.
Which paragraph are we at my statement?
It's I think paragraph 50 will help you.
50.
Yes, forgive me, General, I'm sometimes jumping a bit all over the place because I'm trying to keep picking up. You address your involvement and knowledge of the operations of the PKTT on page 18 from paragraph 49 onwards.
Yes, Chair. I was aware of the PKTT that was established to focus on political killings. But I was also aware of the PKTT that were at times assigned on matters that are really not PKTT related. In other words, when the National Commission feels that we need such a team at such a point, you will then also deploy it. Because they were a multidisciplinary team that has all the relevant expertise within the team. However, I'm of the view that when I look at it, the PKTT as a task team, and that is only and mainly focusing on KZN, it's a cause for concern. Because when you look at the PKTT and the way they were constructed, I can tell you that we have other political killings throughout the country that are not being attended by the PKTT. And I can give you a clear example if you were to go to page 145 of the core ban. When you look at
Sorry, General, just Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, just to remind you again, this reference to the core bundle is the bundle you don't have before you. Will be made available. The reference here is General, this is from page 145. This is an information note which is dated, it runs to 148. It's dated the 4th of January 2024.
That is correct.
Honorable Chair, I believe the bundle is available on SharePoint for those who can access SharePoint. Oh, it is now in front of the honorable members. So I'm referring to page 144 of the core bundle. We call it the core bundle. There's a bundle that's attached to the statement, and then there's another separate bundle which is a core bundle. That's the bundle we received from General Sibiya's team yesterday. So, General, this document is submitted by you on the 4th of January 2024, and it's called a feedback report multidisciplinary investigation team on municipality killings cases in Mpumalanga from 19 January 23 to 31 March 3, and then there's also a reference to some. So what was the purpose of this document?
Here,
why did you want us to refer to this document?
Here I'm indicating, Chair and members, honorable members, this is a clear indication that these are political matters from a municipality, and they were not dealt with by the PKTT. And you can see that here we are talking about your matters that were committed like around about 2023 cases and 2022. Now I'm looking at, it says on the 19th of January 2023, the National Office established a task team to assist on the matter. The purpose was to assist on the investigation in all political matters at the Mpumalanga province. The task team comprised of 4 members, namely, I'm not going to mention the names of the members, and the docket collected and investigated are as follows. We have Mzinoni case number 09/05/20.
Okay, if we can just go through, it's Mzinoni, Peter Tiff,
or Mzinoni,
just PR, Tonga. But your point is that this is a document which shows political killings taking place in Mpumalanga and
other parts of the country.
And was this also being investigated in what is referred to as a multidisciplinary investigation team?
Not necessarily as beefed up as the PKTT, because this one you have to extinguish fire somewhere. You have to put a team together that must go deal with the situation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, you would have been perhaps tied up in court, or you may have still been unemployed. No, you would have been employed by the city of Joburg. You were employed in 2016. But you know the background now to the formation of the political killings task team, the first announcement by the president in 2018, and the subsequent establishment of this task team. So that would have been in 2018 already in May, and then fast forward, you are appointed in 2022, and when you come into office, this task team has now been established. Now, you would have attended these, I think they, how many times a year? 4 times a year. The Board of Commissioners meetings.
The Board of Commissioners meetings, yes, I attended.
You would, because even though it's the statute says National Commissioner and the provincial commissioners, we understand from General Masemola that other deputy national commissioners also attended that.
Yes, if the National Commissioner is not there, I have chaired 2 of those meetings.
So, so my question is, were political killings task team matters, were they ever discussed at any of these meetings?
No, I don't remember discussing political killings. I don't remember discussing, unless maybe it's something that slipped my mind. But in those meetings, commissioners meeting, there are a lot of issues that have been discussed there, and it is possible that you will have a topic where such has been discussed.
What would really be on the agenda of these meetings? Surely matters of national importance.
There is matters of national importance where the National Commissioner needs to consult with the provincial commissioners. And then at the top management of the police, the decision is taken there. And then once the Board of Commissioners, especially the provincial commissioner, also are buying into what has been discussed there, then there are those that persist, there are those that get returned for clarification, but mostly you find that once it is being discussed and approved there, then it's approved.
So as the Section 10, I think, of the Police Act says, it's not a decision-making body, but it's a consultative body.
That's correct.
And where you discuss matters of cooperation.
That's correct.
So that you don't cross your lines, stay in your lane. And think. Now, did Lieutenant General Mkwanazi at any stage, to your recollection, raise the issue of the political killing task teams at such a forum?
I've never had an opportunity to be favored with the minutes of the meetings, but I don't remember him raising it in a forum like that. I don't remember that part.
Before the 6th of July, when would the last Board of Commissioners meeting have taken place?
Before the 6th of July,
this year, 2025.
Yeah, I think the very last one was chaired by myself. The Board of Commissioners meeting before the 6th of July. Because it's once a month, and I was the one who was chairing the last one. So I don't have the date here with me.
when you were appointed in 2022, the minister was Bheki Cele.
That's correct, Chair.
And then in 2024, was it? July 2024, a new minister was appointed.
Yes, Chair.
Senzo.
That's correct.
How would you describe your relationship with Minister Kuno?
It's a relationship between a minister and one of the senior managers of this. That all of us, we are accounting to the National Commissioner, and we all get calls where we need to go and either explain something to the minister, or maybe get taskings. There was a standard arrangement and agreement that, look, if the minister calls you, you can't say no, but do let me know as the National Commissioner. But do go, but let me know. This is how it works.
Before you, or rather, what was your reaction when he was appointed? When Minister Kuno was appointed?
Well, Chair, when a new minister is appointed, we're all sitting with bated breath. You don't know what is coming with, and you don't know what if he comes and say, I need a new team, I need new people. So we're all waiting to hear what is next. We're all waiting to hear, to be addressed. And all sat down in the boardroom, they addressed us all. They indicated that now we have confidence in you guys. We're going to give all of you an opportunity. We want to work with you. We are here. We are part of the team. Let's work. They gave everyone an assurance that, guys, do your work. As long as you do your work, you work. That's how they approached it.
Before his appointment in July 2024, did you know Minister Kuno?
No, I didn't know. It was the first time I met him.
Sorry, did you say not really or
No,
not at all?
It was the first time I met him. It was the first time I met him.
So when he was appointed or after he was appointed, when would you have met him for the first time?
There was a meeting that was arranged at the boardroom of the minister, the top management of the police, where we went. It was the deputy ministers and the national commissioner and the deputies. I think even the divisional commissioners were there.
And I suppose you would have just had a briefing or general discussion with him. But as the year proceeded, 2024, after July 2024, there would have been more sort of focused discussions on various areas within the South African police services to, as it were, bring him up to speed.
Yeah, as they gained momentum and with all the deputies as well, according to their responsibilities, we began to gain speed. And as we gain speed, you get more engaged in a lot of different issues. There was a number of issues like the signing of the memorandum of understanding with the stakeholders. It will be a lot of meetings with the people like the cash industry. Why do we have cash in transit? Why do we have this? And let's meet these ones. Let's meet with the metros. Let's do this. Let's do that. So there's a whole lot of things that were taking place with the minister and the national commissioner, their whole management.
Did you in any of these engagements discuss the political killings task team?
No, because to me, the political task team was not involved in the political task team. So it was a door that was closed that we never really worried ourselves with going forward.
So someone like Lieutenant General, Major General,
Khumalo. Khumalo is a lieutenant general. We've got the major general as well. We've got the lieutenant general, Lieutenant Keller.
So Lieutenant General Khumalo, who, in terms of the document, delegation of authorities, powers, functions document, and the SEPS organogram, he resorts under you as the Deputy National Commissioner.
Then,
Did he ever account to you about what the political Killing Stars team was doing?
no. There's only one time where he wrote a letter requesting for a meeting with the following senior managers, and he named them all. And the purpose was to say, look, he was in need of resources, detectives. Was apparently some of the detectives that he used to use, they went back to their respective stations. So he read a letter where he was actually asking for a meeting. It was the very first time I attended that meeting. I think I once attended another one case, and I'm not so sure about it, but I've never participated. If ever I attended the meetings 1 or 2 times. Is that one? This other one was more about the resources, but that one it was the first time I attended. I think the minister was there, and even the National Commissioner confirmed it and said that there's one meeting that he attended, but the rest I never attended.
And what was your relationship with Konazi? Lieutenant General Konazi?
I must say I've had a good working relationship with General for years, and there was no issue at all. Only issue came just after the arrest of AKA. It came just after the arrest of AKA. I participated in the as the team were planning, and even in my case, okay, Honorable Mola.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for doing this. The general is talking about an arrest of AKA. I'm not sure if should we take it that automatically he's referring to the arrest of the alleged murderers of AKA. So maybe if that can be, we don't want to assume that he's talking about what we think he's talking about, because he's referring to an arrest of AKA.
Or whether he assumes that we all know what AKA.
My apology, Chair and member.
We're not talking about it. It's a very sensitive matter. We just say that for the purpose of our records, if we can say everything for what it is. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and my apology, honorable members. That is where the difference between myself and General Mkhwanazi came in, and it was not meant to be a big issue. After the arrest of those that were involved, now we were somewhere in Cape Town with in an operation. It was Minister Kele there, but the minister came, approached me and said, "Tell me, are you sure the people that were arrested are the right people?" And I said, "I'm quite sure, Minister," because I was involved in the process. I said, "I'm quite sure." He said, "Can I have the team brief me? Because I am the one who's going to be asked also in other forums, especially the media." I said, "That can be arranged, Minister. Let me arrange it right away." I then contacted the province. Now, in contacting the province, I contacted the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of KZN. yes, it is indeed true that I was supposed to actually contact the provincial commissioner as the provincial commissioner of KZN. But I contacted the deputy provincial commissioner simply because of we have been having a good relationship with John Mkhwanazi. I never thought he would actually make a big issue. The main reason was, normally when I contact him, you find that he is busy in a meeting. He's chairing a meeting, and normally when he chairs a meeting, either he's always on silent or he's with someone else. Then I would then call the next person who I think can assist. The process, the intention was just to try and make sure that there's not going to be any delay. Now, and I said, can you please arrange with the team members and also inform the provincial commissioner? That was General Ngobosi at the province. General Ngobosi later came to me and said, hey, General, can you please call the PC yourself because he's not impressed. I said, okay. And I called the PC with all the confidence that I had because I knew we had the relationship made. And then when he responded, he was fuming, he was very angry. And he said, la, it's me, General. You're not going to own my province and order my people around. I said, whoa, General, we're not fighting. Nobody's fighting, please. Let's not go there. He says, you call my people here and you instruct them, you tell them that the minister they must come to head office and I don't know about that thing. I said, don't know. I told you, sir, General, I'm apologizing, but I just wanted to carry out the instruction. He said, no member is going to Pretoria. No one's going there. I don't report to politicians. That is what he said. He said, but when he said, you go tell the minister that I say, I also didn't take it kind, but we are all trained members of the South African police. South African police, and we grew up within the discipline of the police. From a student, you get trained who must salute who must stand up when who comes in, who must actually salute, who must greet who, how. Now, the way he's heavy and talking to me in an aggressive manner, his tone was very heavy. I didn't take it kind myself. Then I said, but General, when you order me now and say I must go tell the minister that you are ordering me around now, it wasn't meant to be like that. I mean, you're senior for you to talk to me the way. Then he said, oh, I don't know where you're coming with this thing of you being a senior. Then he dropped the phone. Then he followed me with a very long message that tells me that he's appointed in terms of the constitution, then I'm appointed in terms of the police regulation, and then he's responsible for policing in KZN. From now onwards, you've got nothing to do with KZN. Now, I'm being banned by the provincial commissioner to operate in KZN when in fact I'm operating nationally. When you call meetings to discuss the project at head office, these people are not there. KZN is beginning to suffer. The project are not there. The cash in transit, people want to know, cash in transit is high in KZN. We've got hitmen in KZN. We've got the drugs at the harbors. We've got a lot of crime. We've got the people burning the trucks. We've got a number of issues that were happening in KZN, and yet we need to intervene from head office, and then there's no relationship. So KZN was suffering. So it was a question of we need to fix this relationship so that at least crime does not suffer. That is how it happened.
Is that your reference to what you say in paragraph 111 of your statement, page 34?
Yes.
And what is that date?
I don't have the date, Chad. The date in which that happened.
Or maybe just give us a month. It was innocent.
I can simply say it is the AKA. It was on the day the people were arrested. Because what happened? It was an anniversary it was almost a year after the murder of AKA. And the spokesperson comes and says, the media wants to know what is going on. It's almost a year and there's nothing that is happening. The arrest of the ANC. So what must I tell the media? At the same time, that's when I started getting involved too much with the team and say, guys, now it's all in our name and now we are being disgraced here. Now what's going on? How can we assist? How can we support that to treat these people? Then we arranged a meeting with the team, and then myself and the national commissioner, we flew to Durban. We met the team with the provincial, the acting provincial commissioner, if I remember. But there was a team there and the prosecutor that was involved. We met at the airport, and then we agreed that they will actually arrest, because we knew where the people are and who was involved, and they agreed they were going to arrest, and they arrested.
So, can you recall whether this was before or after a meeting that both of you had, also with the minister, that was in May this year?
No, that one of AKA, it was more of, it was Minister Taylor. It was Minister Taylor at that time. And this other one of May, it was Minister Senzo Nkulu.
Yeah, I'm talking about that meeting.
And about yes,
with the two of you in a meeting.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting? What was discussed at it?
The minister really, I saw a message, an email that was sent to me. An email that was sent to us. It was the email that was sent to us to say that there is going to be a meeting with the following individuals: the one with the minister and the national commissioner and myself, and the other one with the national commissioner, myself, and then Minister General Mkwanazi and the minister. And in that meeting, the minister actually opened the meeting, and he indicated the purpose for the meeting, and that we as senior managers, if we really don't find a way of resolving our challenges or our issues, it is South Africans that suffer. And then you want us to find a way to resolve whatever issues that exist. And then we were okay with the meeting. We shook hands with General Mkwanazi. We saluted. We left after the meeting.
But you know, in his evidence, he says he doesn't want to shake hands with the current
Minister, Chair, and Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. It is not true. It was a very mature meeting. There was no fight, because immediately after that meeting, General Mkwanazi invited me to the Police Excellence Awards.
I think the invite, look at page 164 of the core bundle. 164. That was on it's a meeting for the 6th of June. We've got 164 of the core bundle. But maybe you tell us what that is.
Yes. Now,
it's just after the meeting.
This is after the meeting. The meeting is on page, the previous page.
162. This is, yeah, from the Sibiya Letoko. Letoko is in the office of the National Commission, and it's to Leon Avenant, Colonel, National Commissioner, MLC, and Provincial Commissioner, and also copied to you, Nazi, Sibola, Millicent Giuliani, and the PA for the National Commissioner. Subject: private meeting between the Minister, National Commissioner, DNC, Sibiya, and KZN PC Lieutenant General Nazi. It is dated the 12th of May 2025. Kindly be informed of the below scheduled meeting of the Minister with NATCOM, DNC, Crime Detection, and PC KZN at Minister's residence in Pretoria. So is that the meeting you referred to?
Yes.
So that's that meeting you say you shook hands. Your recollection is that it was cordial.
It is indeed so, Chair. And I'm told that if I check properly on the records, I think the meeting was actually on request by General Mkwanazi himself that there should be this meeting so that we can address the issues that are outstanding. Now, on the 2nd of July 2025. No, not that one.
No, 164.
164. I received an invitation signed by the Provincial Commissioner of KZN, General Mkwanazi, where he says that invitation to the Provincial Excellence Awards KwaZulu-Natal on 6 June. The KwaZulu-Natal province will be hosting the Provincial Excellence Awards to award members and officers who rendered outstanding service on Friday, 6 June 2025 at International Convention Center in Durban. All guests are required to be seated by 17:30. On behalf of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General N.S. Mkwanazi, you are kindly invited to attend this important meeting event. Please RSVP not later than 2025 603 to confirm your attendance. Should you wish to have any questions or need further assistance, please contact Governor Punani at this number or Warrant Officer Straight at this number. So
did you attend this awards evening?
I did attend.
And what was that occasion like? I check it, the National Commissioner was also there.
Chair, I just don't want to make a mistake. I do know that there's one I didn't attend, but this one I don't think I attended. I didn't attend this one. There's one that I attended where it was now with the police. I think it was a National Police Day, but the excellence one I didn't attend. They even made a follow-up whether I'm coming or not, but I was not able to come because the National Commission sent me Cape Town.
And then on what is that on 165?
Well, on 165,
this is addressed to you. It's dated this 2nd of July.
Before I get onto this one, Chair, I want to indicate that even subsequent to that meeting with the Minister and General Mkwanazi, I have shared a stage with General Mkwanazi when we were going to address the Comrade Marathon colleagues that were going to participate in the Comrade Marathon. It was myself, General Mkwanazi, and the National Commissioner. This General Mkwanazi who spoke, then I spoke, then the National Commissioner giving a message of support to the team. So we've been working together I've been KZN many a times where we were working together. Even on the 4th, the Friday before the 6th of July, I got a call. The National Commissioner sent me to Parliament. I was on my way to Parliament to go and represent the National Commissioner this side. I got a call from General Mkwanaz. And then he said to me, "Hello, boss, are you," he called me boss on the day. He said, "Hello, boss, will you be attending will you be coming to Durban?" I said, "Yes, General, I will be there." And then he said, "Ubo Chopin," he said, "You must let me know because you are the senior manager of the South African Police Service. I must know when you are in the program because you will have a puncture and the next thing you won't know what happened to you." He said, "No, General, I will let you know." And then I didn't let him know though, but I went to Durban. So I'm just indicating what rather demonstrating that even on the 4th of July, the eve of the press conference, I spoke to him and I didn't even know and I didn't see it coming actually. Thank you, Chair.
So there's a number of events leading up to the 6th of July, and that includes a private meeting held with the minister where you and him were present. Say you shook hands, and your recollection is that that was a cordial meeting and there was nothing untoward at that meeting. That was in May. Then in June, you get an invitation to attend the Provincial Excellence Award, and then subsequently you also went to Durban on 4th of July at his invitation.
No, I didn't go at his invitation.
Is correct, eh?
He asked me whether will I be coming to KZN. I said yes, I will be, because there is this event that normally takes place every July. So he was asking whether I'll be going, and I said yes, I'll be there.
And this is after the minister's letter of the 31st of December 2024. This is after your letters that you wrote.
Yeah, that is long after that.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, is this a convenient point to break for lunch, perhaps? Before I go on to a new topic. As you wish, Chair. Yeah. So before we get to the letter of the 31st of December, do you know Brown Mokgotsi?
I know Brown Mokgotsi.
How do you know him?
Brown Mokgotsi, I know him as an activist in Northwest, but I didn't know him. I also Googled him and I saw him at some point. He was commenting and making it was an interview, but relating to the former premier and Gauteng, former premier of Northwest, and he also contacted me. Remember that he would also collect some information there around there what is going on, and whether be it the gender-related corruptions there or concerns that he had, and then also he ended up also aiding the fact that look. I just also want to warn you that you must know that the intelligence people are working on you. They're busy in your case after you. I knew about it, and was just telling me something that I was hoping for. And I even spoke to the National Commissioner about it at some point. I said, NASCOM, I just got this strange call from this person. He says he's brown. I didn't know brown was, but he said it's brown. And then we're leaving his office, and the National Commissioner said, well, let's keep on listening to me. Let's hear what he says, and he didn't entertain it well.
What is your relationship with brown members?
No, senior counsel does before you proceed. General, are you saying that he called you? But
you called me, Chair.
And informed you that the intelligence people are listening to you or are investigating you?
Yes, Chair, and that was the case.
Without you having had a discussion with him before about a matter like that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
I had not even met him, not even once, even my records can show.
But he found you.
He did call me.
So his phone will show that. His phone will show that he phoned you.
Yes, the record can indicate that. The records are there, they should be there.
So how does he get your number? I mean, no, a senior person like you in the police, sure, a lot of our citizens would want to phone higher up sometimes when they're frustrated because a crime that's not being addressed or followed up or solved, and they want to phone higher up. You don't know this guy?
Counsel, I don't know this guy. I never contacted him before, and you do get it because at this level, you get calls from citizens of this country, and they will tell you that I'm so and so. I've been giving you a number by so and so and so and so. Sometimes another one will call and say, "How can I get this person?" And they will phone around. Ultimately, they come across your number. Even the ministers, they do get calls from people they least expected from.
So he must have gotten your number from a third party or some people.
That's correct.
And there's nothing unusual about that, you say?
Happens all the time.
And he also gave you some information that, some people are after your words to that effect.
That's correct.
So he's peddles information.
The council put it
of a political nature.
The council put it that way that he will call you and tell you that, hey, Chief, be careful, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. And then mine is to see how I deal with this information.
Okay. And did you ever meet him in person?
Yes, twice.
When was that and where?
The very first time when we went to operate in KZ, January 8th, we were there on official duties.
On?
Official duties.
Yeah.
And then he called and said, will you be in Cape Town? I said, yes, I will be there, sir. I will be working. He said, I'll come greet you. Because we are hoping there. I said, it's fine. And then he did come to the hotel where I was at that time. And he came, greeted me, just was during breakfast, and he left in town.
And where was that? Which hotel was that? In Cape Town?
Yeah, in Cape Town, in town. But it's one of the Southern Sun hotels.
So was that with the January 8th?
Yes.
Yeah. So he was here. Were you also here for the party celebrations on January 8th?
No, I was here on official duties. The top management of the police will be here to run the operations. We are all here, all of us. So you will get the people that you know. I met a lot that I know. They greet each other when we met. I had the issue of the Camps Bay, but in Camps Bay, it was actually a friend of mine, Malusi Zondo, that I met at Camps Bay tell us they were there also eating, and I said, okay, I'll come and see you, and then greeted them. We left.
But why would you give audience to someone you don't know? He must have some kind of influence to access you directly and even to have breakfast with you. Not many people who don't.
No, I can't say really, Chair. I don't have any reason to say no, I can't see. But we're talking to a person over the phone all the time. We're talking to the person over the phone, and then he tells you, "So will you be there?" And I say, "Yes." I say, "I'll come and greet you." Say, "It's okay." To me, I didn't see anything wrong.
But he must have dropped a name or two to persuade you to meet him for breakfast.
No, he didn't drop names other than telling me that, Chief, be careful here and there. And then he would give me information. And the information that he gave me, I find that is the information that I know and that I see is happening around me.
So did he give you that information there over breakfast?
No, all the time when we speak. Some people you want to avoid. But some people you cannot avoid. Because if someone gives you something that you know you may need, you listen to him as and when he calls.
So how many calls did he make to you, more or less? You said you mentioned you spoke to him all the time.
Yeah, at that time it wasn't that many times, but he's the kind of a person that I never really deliberately, so I never wanted to block him. I deal with information, and then there's no way I'll block him. I will listen to him every time he calls. Because you block the person, the next instance of the person was going to save you for one or other reasons. I need that information.
So you must have found him to be at least very interesting and someone who's worth listening to, because the information that he was giving you strikes you as stuff that you knew or knew of, and how does, so you were curious, how does this guy know all these things?
You see, my job, Chair and honorable members, I deal with information, I work with information, I work with crime, I deal with crime. I have to get information from all over the country, and whatever information that I get to me helps me.
So again, so how many times more or less did he phone you? How many times more or less did he meet you? Was the Cape Town breakfast meeting on January 8th or whenever it was, the eve of January 8th? Was that the only time you
He met me only once here in Cape Town. And even when he left, he forgot to pay. And then
so he peddles information and he must pay for it.
No, he forgot to pay, and then he said to me, "Hey, I forgot to pay there. Can you pay?" I didn't agree to pay because I didn't know that I was gonna have a girl that I must pay breakfast for, so I didn't pay. He then said he had to come and pay.
So he's some guy. and so during this meeting at breakfast, and you still haven't said how many calls more or less he made to you.
No, when he was here, Chair, it was that one call when he came here, and then from that was it. Great, and that was it. It's not like we are friends. We are not close to each other.
Does he phone you, or do you phone him, and do you have his number on your phone?
I had his number on my phone. I do have his number on my phone, but many a times he's the one who calls. I don't call.
And in these calls that he made to you and the meeting you had, did he mention the name of Kat Matlala to you?
No, he never mentioned. It does happen sometimes when he will talk about the issue of Cat who's been arrested and things that he reads on the newspaper, but I will not really entertain him on such cases, you know.
Do you know Kat Matlala?
I know Kat Matlala.
How do you know him? Have you got a relationship with him?
No. Before I came back to the police, I didn't know Kat, Mr. Matlala. I didn't know Mr. Matlala, and I got to know Mr. Matlala when he called, asking, wanting to meet. And I said, no, come to the office.
When was that call?
The call was around about I can't remember exactly, but I do have the bundle where when they wanted to have a meeting with the lawyer because they did came. I don't know with my legal team whether we did put. I have it, Chair, if we can maybe like during lunch or after, and just produce the paperwork. And
When you look at this is a next to. Thank you, Maria. This is at pages 203 to 205 to your statement. It's not 200, 203, 205. And it's you deal with it in your statement on page 26 from paragraph 81. Page 203, it's SB 14.1.
Mine is blank, Chair.
(203 to 205). They're all blank. Or is it just 203?
No, they shouldn't be blank. There is a letter.
Or is it just a really poor print? Just turn over the next page. Sorry, the SB 14.1 it just reads Vusi Matlala sent on Thursday the 22nd of February 2024. It's to Major General Sitoli, care of Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, and then Public Works lease. And this is in connection with the lease agreement, Medicare 24, Tshwane District. This is a letter of demand. And then if you go over the page, this is 204 to 205. You see that letter?
Yes, I see the letter.
It's dated the 19th of January 2024, and it's addressed to the National Commissioner. It's on the letterhead of attorneys S.J. Ndlovana. So the question is, are you aware of that email and the attached letter of demand?
Yes, I'm aware, Chair.
And it's, if you look at your page 26 of your statement, perhaps you can just, if that can help you refresh your memory, paragraph 81. Where you say, I know Musimuzi Matana as a service provider of the SAPS.
Paragraph 28, page 28.
Page 26.
6.
Paragraph 81.
Yes.
You want to read from there, or do you want to?
Yes, I don't know Vusi Matlala as a service provider of the South African Police Service. He's well known in the South African Police because he was at the time running a hospital at the SAPS College. As far as I know, he was awarded a healthcare contract at the police. I, however, do not know exactly the detail of the contract because that's between supply chain and it's in another division. And then during about February 2024, when I was acting National Commissioner, Mr. Matala set up an appointment to visit me at my office. When his visit, Mr. Matala complained that he has been awarded the tender, but he was not allowed to use the facility and thus not able to deliver in terms of the tender agreement. He also finished me with a letter. Just to the National Commissioner. And a copy of this letter is attached here to SB 14.1, which is page 203.
Yeah, 204 and 5 is the letter.
Yes. Mr. Matala also had a letter from Public Works which confirmed that he received a lease agreement to utilize the building. I then consulted with the National Commissioner on the issue, and his response was that Public Works was not going to tell us on how to utilize our building. So the tender nevertheless continued. My responsibility in this regard was to just give Mr. Matala feedback on what had transpired when I had informed the National Commissioner, which I did. I did not know Mr. Matala before the meeting.
And did you, what happened with these demands? Do you know whether there were any legal proceedings subsequent to the letter of demand?
Not at all. There were no further demand that I'm aware of. What I know is that he kept on working. We met him many times at the college. When there are events at the college, we would have at the stadium where you have your gazebos, you have Metropolitan or Mutual, other service providers, gazebos, everyone displaying their products, and then you will also have Medi 24 where they also do high blood and sugar diabetes tests and all that, things like those. So this is a person who was just known by a lot of generals and other colleagues. So I knew him.
Okay. May we please take Honorable Sangwan?
Thank you, Chair. No, just clarity, please, General, through you, Chair. On paragraph 81, which is the facility, and then is it interchangeable with the building? So what is this? Is this the college, the hospital? What was he complaining about?
Yeah, you see, every college will have a clinic, or I don't know whether you call it hospital or clinic, so that as the students are busy with training, and should one of them fall ill or injured, but you have an hospital where you can go and be attended to. Now he was of the view or feeling that it's not being allowed to access the hospital, but yet it's been given a tender, and at the same time it's been made to fail because now it's struggling to deliver, but at the same time services are expected from him, but it's not being allowed to be able to occupy the facility. That was the basis for the complaint.
So, are you satisfied, Honorable Member?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senior Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So you addressed this with the National Commissioner?
Yes.
And this would have been General Masmola?
Yes.
And do you know whether it was resolved?
I don't know.
I don't know. And did Mr. Matlala or his attorney contact you again after that?
No. I've never dealt with the matter again in relation to this one.
And is it your evidence that you only then met him, had contact with him, interacted with him from time to time, like the other generals
Yes.
in the service, at some of these occasions at the college, in his capacity as a service provider.
As a service provider, as a stakeholder, yes.
So how would you describe your relationship with him? Just certainly not as a, yeah, maybe
We are not friends, or we were not friends. But at the same time, I was getting to know him. I wasn't really, it was, if ever I've met, in my whole life, I've met Mr. Matlala, it is 5 times less. He's not someone that I was really close to. It was just the beginning of knowing each other more. So my interactions with him is really very, very, very limited.
So let me ask you about, you have seen the affidavit, of Brigadier Kuneni in the search and seizure application. And can I direct your attention to page 20 of the core bundle? This is part of the, it starts at page 1, it's the court order search and seizure and access in terms of the Cyber Crimes Act. And on page 3, you'll see this search, access and seizure warrant pertains to Mr. Shadrack Mongo Sibiya.
Page 20.
Sorry?
Page 20.
Yeah, page 20. I'm just giving some introduction to it. And then this is the document that was filed in the High Court. And Annex A to the application is the affidavit of William Sipho Kuneni, Brigadier in the South African Police. He's the head of Serious and Violent Crimes Unit in KZN. And then at page 20, paragraph 34 onwards, or at the top of page 20, it says that, we go to page 19, paragraph 33, sorry. On 14 May 2025, Matlala was arrested on the Sandton docket, and the police seized his cell phones together with SIM cards for further investigation. Matlala was asked to consent with the search, access, and seizure without a warrant. Matlala agreed and signed the formal consent form, which is attached. Then, paragraph 34, Colonel Kiesi of the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit forensically searched and accessed Matlala's cell phones in the Sandton docket and prepared a report. The purpose of searching and accessing Matlala's phones was to establish the link in the Sandton docket between the suspects, Musa Kakani and Danny Mubsela on the one hand, and Matlala. Sergeant Sitole received the forensic downloads in the report and saw messages that relate to the closure of the PKTT, Sergeant Satori, reports directly to Kumalo. The data uncovered on Matlala's phones were communicated to Kumalo. Kumalo informed Masemola what was discovered on Matlala's phones. Masemola engaged with Mkwanazi as a provincial commissioner affected by the decision to disband the team. This culminated in the media briefing of 6 July 2025. Digital evidence extracted from Matlala's devices reveals conversations between him and Mokgotsi, in which the latter wrote, and I quote, "I arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution." A further message from Mokgotsi stated, "The task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all dockets to Sibiya." Then the the affidavit reads further. "I hasten to add that these conversations took place on 1 January 2025, long before Sibiya issued the instruction for dockets, which were investigated by PKTT to be transferred to Pretoria. Further messages shows that Matlala financially supported Nkunu's political campaign and paid for certain expenses for the direct and indirect benefit of Nkunu."
Okay, Senior Counsel, that would be the last question before we get a break.
Then, Sibiya, you'll have some time to ponder on this and respond when we get back from lunch. Thank you, Alakoche.
No, if he so wishes, he can respond and we break. And if he feels he wants to respond after break, you are still welcome, General.
Chair, may I suggest that I read this thing because this one is a statement. I just want to read it in its totality so that I can then be ready to respond. Thanks.
You are allowed. Do you want to respond now or when we come back?
I thought when we come back, because I was going to have a chance now to go through it.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's okay. No, we're breaking for 30 minutes, honorable members.
was only beyond the 1 hour. And being there under extension, opening up
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, General Sibiya.
Thank you, Chair.
Senior Counsel, we may resume.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. General Sibiya, you still under oath? Tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You had some time to think and reflect. We're just waiting for your responses to those WhatsApps.
Let me go to, what page was that?
Sorry, 19 and 20 of the core bundle. It's in the affidavit of Kunene, the investigating officer. And the relevant messages where your name is mentioned is at paragraph 37 on page 20.
Digital evidence extracted from Matlala's device reveals conversation between him and Mokotsi, in which latter wrote, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution. Further message from Mokotsi stated, the task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. They got a letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all doggers to Sibiya. Now, my comment, Chair, in relation to this, I listened at some point, I listened to the communication or to the bill here of CAT wherein mention was made that the phones were taken to a private company and tampered with, and messages removed or inserted. I'm not sure about whether it's true or not. I'm not so sure. That is a subject that still needs to be investigated. However, only concern that I have is that, firstly, this is a discussion between two people that does not involve me. I'm not part to this discussion where my name appears in this thing between the two people. I think they can come and explain that part. But at the same time, when I look at the fact that there are concerns that says this phones was taken to a private company and then downloaded or messaged or tampered with, is something else. I'm just raising this to say that under normal circumstances, in a situation like this, when you're dealing with devices, the devices are taken to an expert who then mirror image the device, and then will then come and say, this is a device that was brought by Brigadier Kunene. And in the presence of Brigadier Kunene or so, I downloaded or I mirror image this document or this device, whether it's a laptop or whether it's a cell phone. And then this is the information that I found from this device. Now, if there are signs whether there is a 212 statement or a statement that explains this process, I don't know, and I don't want to get too deep into that if that is the case. But my problem is where our names are being used here, say, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and a minister. In my case, no person ever arranged a meeting between the minister and myself. The minister, if he wants a meeting, he will call for a meeting. Or the national commissioner will arrange, the national commissioner's office will arrange. Not a person who is an outsider say, I've arranged a meeting between you and the minister.
It sounds to me that you doubt or dispute the authenticity of this WhatsApp?
Not disputing, but I doubt. I'm concerned because if this house had to invite the expert that downloaded this thing and say, this is who I am, these are my qualifications, this is the system that I used to download this, and this is what I analyzed, this is what I found, and then it is in my professional capacity and my qualifications to be able to issue this statement, and this is what I say. To me, I mean, this is an expert evidence.
But that's what the affidavit says at paragraph 34, is that Lieutenant Colonel TSC, I don't know if you know him personally, from the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit, forensically searched and accessed Matlala's cell phones in the Sandton docket and prepared a report. The purpose of searching and accessing Matlala's phones was to establish the link in the Sandton docket between the suspects Musa Kakani and Denny Mabusela on the one hand and Matlala on the other. So this process is described. Unfortunately, we have also asked for the supporting or the confirmatory affidavits to this affidavit of Kunenes, and we haven't received them. I don't know if your legal team has requested them or received them, because one must assume, just being in this profession, one must assume that there be an affidavit from TSD where he confirms that I refer to paragraph 34, whatever, and I confirm that I did X, Y, and Z, and it's confirmed.
I will tell you the problem that I have with this type of approach from the side of Lieutenant Colonel JC. If Lieutenant Colonel JC is a member of the political killing task team itself, then it begs a question of independence and neutrality, because an expert must be neutral and must not be part of the same team. Because if he's part of the same team, they can produce any result they want. So it's a concern.
Well, I mean, it's clearly, or it seems from Kunene's affidavit that he's not. He's from the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit. You should know who's in that unit. You're the head of forensics, the detectives, crime intelligence.
Remember, General Mkwanazi said that they also have the ballistic units, they also have the forensic unit. I do know that I've received such complaint from a component head when he wanted certain members to come back from political killing casting, because they say it's affecting their cases, because should their cases be questioned, you cannot really exercise independence and say, I'm an independent forensic expert when you are part of the team that is actually conducting investigation. We can actually investigate you and place you on the scene anytime, even if you are not there, this is part of the team. But if it is an independent thing, like in any other criminal case that has been done, you investigate, you send staff to head office, forensics, then it gets registered in the registers, it goes through the normal channels, get processed, then sent, and then sent. It's neutral. But, however, I'm not here to challenge the authenticity. I say I doubt if that is the case. But safe to say that this is a discussion between two people. I've never sat in a meeting that was arranged by Brown Mahosi with a meeting. He's never called me and said, have a meeting in the minister or within cabinet.
But this message doesn't imply or allege that you know Mokgotsi.
No,
what it does say is that him, Matlala, information peddler, he has arranged a meeting for you and the minister, And they must have a solution, whatever that solution might be.
It never happened. It never happened. Because when you follow a series of correspondence, a series of correspondence in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT comes back and dates back as far as 2019, the disbandment, to an extent that it was even announced that the specialized units will be introduced. And those specialized units, among others, they include the dissolvement of the task teams. That's including the dissolvement of the task teams, introducing the specialized units such as murder and robbery units. Now, murder and robbery unit, which is set to investigate like your ordinary murders, your police killings, your serial murders, including your political killings. Hence, you had in the meeting with General Kumalo in Parliament, General Kumalo said, these dockets will be taken to the murder and robbery unit. Now, the murder and robbery unit, its mandate is to investigate, including political killing.
Now, can we at least accept this? One, that he has your number.
Yes.
Yeah. Two, your number is on his phone.
Right?
Three, he has phoned you on several occasions.
Yes.
You've never phoned him.
I have.
You've also phoned him.
I have called him.
Okay, so you've also phoned. So it's not surprising that when they retrieve or access data on his phone, that a message from him to you or you to him would also be on the phone.
Yes, in relation to this part that, because in my discussions with whatever that I talked to him about, we've never gotten to a point where we talk about the minister. That's why you will not find anything from me.
So the only issue then is the content of this message. You deny that what's in this message is in fact what happened. Is that
yes.
Is that what one?
Yes. We never had a meeting with the minister because of the instruction or the arrangement made by any other person.
So that's another, from your viewpoint, that's another fact that as far as you're concerned, there was never a meeting between you and the minister involving Mogotsi or Matlala.
No.
You sure about that?
The only meeting where we sat with the minister was in the presence of all other senior managers, wherein the minister was questioning the issue of the tender that was awarded and actually ordering that this tender be investigated. That's where I sat in that meeting where Matala was discussed.
That's the Swani and Netgate 24 tender.
It's on police college here to discuss the tender.
Yeah, and ironically, that tender was then cancelled by the National Commission.
Yes, on the instruction of the minister.
So if the minister was in bed with Matlala in respect of a big tender like that, he may well have turned a blind eye or not raised any objections to it.
Yes, considering the fact that it was issued before his time.
Yes, it was issued in 2024.
Yeah, during the time of Minister Big. So when he came, it was already long issued.
he came subsequently, and of course we will ask him about it.
Yes, when the noise started to take place, that's when the minister asked about this tendency. What is going on here? What do we know about these things? Can it be investigated? And that's when the investigative process started to investigate it, up until the minister says, then cancel this term.
So just to come back to this message. So it can only be that Matlala had made this up, this message. Which I mean, if it's the case with peddlers or people who peddle information, I suppose that's what they could do. I'm trying to narrow what the issue here is here. This is a message on his phone. He's got your number. He knows you. You've spoken. He phoned you. You phoned him. And now he says to Mogotsi, I've arranged a meeting. You're not aware of this message, firstly.
I saw the messages for the first time when they were displayed, I think by General Kumalo.
Yeah. So one, you obviously don't know this message.
No, I'm not aware of these messages, and I was really not part of this discussion.
And two, you were not party to him arranging any meeting between you and the minister.
Not at all.
Okay. And when he talks about a solution to what do you know what he's referring to?
I don't know. I think maybe he can come and explain. But in my case, when you look at the correspondences in relation or leading to the ultimate disbandment, you can see that starting from the presentation that was made in Parliament, it is not influenced by any other thing, even leading to, let's say for an example, let me refer the honorable members to a document that I want to refer to, is that one of the establishment of the specialized units. Chair, I'm up and down because the evidence leader is asking questions, so I'm not following the statement. So I lose track.
Do you want the PKTT implementation?
Establishment of the specialized unit.
You're looking for the work study of 2019?
Yes, somewhere around
that. Is at item SP 13 on pages 120 to 166.
So now, when you look at this way, DNC management,
which page, General?
Page 120.
Yeah.
This is a work study investigation report, and it talks about the establishment of specialized capacities, anti-gang units, murder and robbery units, inclusive of taxi violence and cold case investigation function within the South African Police Service. And specifically, draw you to page 131.
131.
Yeah. Paragraph 5.4.2 talks about the mandate, murder and robbery which include taxi violence. It says murders will be restricted to the following: all identified serial murders, attempted murders committed against officials employed in the criminal justice system whilst in the execution of their duties, police killings, political murders, and attempted murders. Murder of elderly, as defined by the older persons. Now, it also told about robbery, we will be investigating robbery. But further than that, we then go to the one that speaks to the evaluation. It's also a follow-up on the work study report that says the purpose, this is the project had a dual purpose. The main purpose of this investigation is to determine the implementation status of specialized units that were established and reviewed in the detective service since 2016. Combined to that is the evaluation of the allocation of resources as well as the necessity of these units based on the restricted posts available. Now, this document, honorable members, without going maybe just to read this history and background, it talks about this work study is based on concluded work study investigations that were conducted and approved since 2016 for the establishment of various specialized capacities in the detective service. This work study investigations includes the following: the review of the detective service structure in 2016 were conducted in the inclusion of capacities for both organized crime investigation unit as well as commercial crime investigation unit for re-establishment in their SAPs in response to the migration of the resources for the Directorate of Property Crime Investigation in 2009. Both these units were also reviewed to determine their ideal post structures. Now, I want to just, without any waste of time, Chair, go to page 176 in this document. 176. Yes, 176 paragraph. I'll read in each paragraph that I want to specifically quote. So in 6.4.4, it talks about, it says, it is evident that the historical specialized capacities are better implemented than the newly established units. The units that is the best capacitated according to the personal strength, FCS, taxi violence capacity within the murder and robbery unit, which is 74%, anti-corruption unit, 52%. It is, however, evident that there is a shortage at all the specialized capacity. The worst allocation to any unit is currently commercial crime unit. Now, murder and robbery units are at 18% implemented and organized crime at 28%. The reason for the next paragraph, 6.4.5, it says the provincial investigation unit, although present and part of the structure of the detective service since 2016, have not been established in 7 provinces. Northwest allocated one commander to the PIU, but what I want to bring to the attention of this House is the reason for the establishment of these units was to ensure that provincial directed investigations could be conducted with the alternative function to also replace the numerous task teams that were functioning at provincial levels. It is necessary to look at the status of the provincial units' capacities and make a decision based on implementation of possibly to close down the capacities at provincial level, to close down these task teams. This would also alleviate the need to establish a capacity without a need in the current circumstances, and there are continuous budget cuts, especially for compensation. Closure of the provincial investigation unit would then relieve some pressure on additional unit that needs capacity resources. Now, when we turn to the next page, on page 177, it says these task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate and direct the focus on a permanent structure within the necessary command and control budget and capability instead of functioning in silos. Now, this says,
but just to pause there, if you look at the task teams that you are referring to,
you look at page 177, because the criticism is at paragraph 6.4.5.1 on page 177. This seems to be the criticism. The task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken home, mostly at station level. The task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. You can look there: foreign vehicle task team, multi-trip task teams function in various provinces, essential infrastructure task teams, kidnapping and ransom task teams, extortion teams, counterintelligence task team, anti-gang task team, cash in transit and ATM bombing task team, political murders team, multidisciplinary task team, knockout team, concentrating on illicit money, narcotics task team, provincial tracing task, illegal mining task. Where does it mention the political killings task team other than you see a reference there to political murders team?
Political murders team is the same as political killing task team.
Is that what you?
Yes, the same team. Now,
this is a 2019 report. There's two work studies. Now, this is a work study. There's two work studies you referred. SB 13 is June 9, 2019, from page 120 to 166. We are now dealing with a work study of 14 June 2019, which in brackets it says it was approved on the 5th of June 2025. That's at 167 to 202. So this 177 is the work study dated 2019-24, but approved on the 5th of June 25.
it's the same document that talks about the task teams that are existing. And this task team must come to an end, basically. And this is approved. Now, listen to my comment, honorable members and chair, because this document, it comes back a long way. And this is why sometimes, depending on how effective you are, this document, you do a lot of work study and you waste a lot of money in conducting work study investigation, but not implemented. Now, when you go to page 200, this is my comment before the signature. I say it is deeply concerning.
Yeah, let's go to page 200 and see what you say. You say this on the 16th of September 2024.
Yes.
And just remind me, was the Minister Nkunu, was he appointed already? 24?
Yes.
He was July 24.
Yes.
Okay.
So now I say it is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner since 2016, date, but not implemented by the respective provinces. What is also of concern is that despite numerous work study approvals by different national commissioners, little to no effort was made by provinces to resource and implement the resources and implement the approved recommendations. This has significantly contributed to the poor performance of the detectives. In the recent crime stats release, it was evident that commercial crime investigation was neglected, considering the fact that the study proves a 17% implementation. Little else can be expected to a greater extent. There is 46 units not implemented, whereas 42 were only partially implemented. In other words, the detectives are operating under a complete deficit. there is an overall 57% shortage of capacity. Now, this is me trying to say it's a cause for concern that this study was undertaken but not implemented because it addresses the challenges within the detectives.
Okay, so
Chair, just other points of clarity, please.
Honorable Matthias.
Thank you. Just clarity. So this report or the work study investigation was done in 2016 or it was commissioned in 2016 and then it was only signed off in 2024. Is that what I'm understanding? Because I heard Senior Counsel say something about 2025. So I just wanted clarity on that.
It was started in 2016 and then it was circulating now in between the offices from 2016 to up until it was signed by the National Commissioner on the 5th of June 2025. I raised a concern myself when I say it is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner since 2016 to date, but not implemented by the specific provinces. This is what I say. And the National Commissioner, upon receiving this document in
Just hold it there. Are you fine, Honorable Member?
No, Chair, because the date here has, and maybe you can just point me, it's got, okay, let me just go to, it's got 2024. It was signed off on the 6th, or it's got a date here of the 6th of March 2024. So where's the signature of the National Commissioner for 2025?
page 202.
Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you. Thank you.
National Commissioner says implementation of these units must be expedited by the DNC crime detection, which is me. DIFCOM detectives and provincial commissioners. Now here we are talking to implementing the specialized units.
General, just before we go further, let's just understand the process, which I also want some clarity on, causing some confusion. This is a work study. It starts in 2016.
Yes.
But it's not as if it was done by Major Bissell or something.
Nzama.
Yeah. So it's not as if it's done in 2016 and then it gets passed on to you to look at and make your comments. The study is actually an ongoing piece of work that he does.
Yes.
And then it looks like in fact, it looks like it is submitted in 2024. If one looks at, if you start, are these all the senior officials in office at the time? But first, if you go to page 193, the first senior person is a brigadier, the section head, organizational design, operational services. SJ is a Kaibi.
Yes.
That he or she signs on the 18th of March 2024.
Yes.
Then the next one is Major General Nzima, Head Organizational Development on the 14th of May 2020. Then on the 22nd of May 2024, Major General Maxim, Commercial Crime Investigation. But let's just look at their comments. The first one from Kaibi says, thanks, Colonel, for the comprehensive work study report. Paragraph 8 is supported. It's the recommendations. It is on page 186. It is recommended that this investigation be disseminated to all provincial commissioners after completion of comments and signatures.
Yes.
So this must mean that Lieutenant General Mkonazi also had sight of this work study.
That's correct.
Proper planning and implementation be done in all provinces regarding capacitation of specialized investigating units for both physical and human resources. Implementation plan should include all support and detective structures in the province and be approved. Feedback dates of progress made with the implementation. A criteria be developed between organizational development and strategic planning in all provinces. The whole range of the command structure of the specialist units on page 187 are prioritized. The criteria for the allocation of costs include a possible review of station and detective posts, possible vacancies. Then 8.9. No task teams be established without written and approved documentation from the provincial commissioner, indicating the start date and estimated end date, as well as dates for impact analysis on a quarterly basis. 8.10. Current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing team. The provincial investigating units in the provinces that have been established be closed, as discussed in 645, 646, and that's the initial criticism that you had referred to at page 177.
Yes,
and members currently placed at established PIUs, that's provincial investigating, be subjected to a skill determination evaluation in order to be placed at murder and robbery, organized and commercial crime. The provincial investigation units be removed from the structure of detective service as a prioritization as well as cost-saving measure. What did that mean, since you are the head of detectives?
What this whole thing, actually, this whole exercise means is that we've got task teams that are all over the country, and they are not properly monitored nor controlled. If, for an example, now there is fire somewhere in the Eastern Cape, we form a task team, we take certain members from different offices. Those members leave the docket, they peg them there in the office of the commander. They go for the task team, and they claiming a lot of money every day to be there. The same applies to this same task team. You must watch, this committee must request for an audit of the overtime and the S&T claimed by these members of this task team since their establishment. Now, I say, when you look at Vision 2030, we've got to build a capable state, well-resourced, with technology, capable and able. In other words, whatever crime that is committed, whether you're in Cape Town, whether you're in West Limpopo, every office must be capable, must be able to do the work. Now you are sitting with a very small pool of excellence in KZN. That selects whatever they want to do, but with a budget almost 500 million today. Now, I'm sitting with Westbury, I'm sitting with El Dorado Park, I'm sitting with Hanover Park, I'm sitting with all those areas, sensitive areas where every day I get videos of a shootout, mothers crying, where we need to focus our energy, but we're not focusing our energy there. We're focusing our energy on a PKTT in KZN that is actually every 3 months applying for millions of rands too. So I say it's not helping the country at all. Not helping the country. We must build the country in such a way that capacity must be evenly distributed, but it must be, every office must be as prolific as possible. I think even when you look at the FBI, when a case is open, you are sure that it will be attended to. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to rely on the PKTT to call someone from KZN. So I'm just saying, personally, I feel that we need to equip all the offices of the MEDA and Robbery units. Now, when the minister started, the notes that I made in one of the meetings, the minister says, Minister Mtume expressed his concerns regarding the political killings task team. He suggested that instead of establishing separate units to focus on different types of matters, the organization should consider establishing a single integrated unit under the umbrella of Murder and Robbery Unit. This unit would operate nationally, ensuring a more streamlined and coordinated approach to address such crime across the country. Now, this is the minister, and at that time, the minister had just arrived. It was just a big feedback sessions. We were discussing these issues in a boardroom with all the other executives. Then this is the National Commissioner's response. And I must hasten to also indicate that what was said to be closed is not the PKTT alone. There was also an inspectorate. The inspectorate, the minister said here that Minister Mkunu cited that legislative imperative is what we would be worried about when designing organizational structure. We need to be concerned of economic growth, capable state, and removing poverty, as well as intervene in what is causing the disclosure of trade. You must also adhere to the mandate of the 7th administration in addressing corruption and that. Now, Minister Mkulu required a narrative between the relationship between provincial commissioners, deputy national commissioners. He further guided the relationship linkage by having dotted lines to indicate of those that are directly reporting to the national commissioner. Now, General Masemola clarified to the minister on the relationship between provincial commissioners and the DNC. Now, this is the in that meeting, but specifically what I want to talk about on the issue of disbandment of the inspectorate, General Masemola indicated that it can be done, but to implement it would come with the cost implementing such as providing of Section 35 to some members. But it is something that has to be done. That is the National Commissioner. General Masemola clarified to the minister that the political task team is not a formal unit, but rather a task team. He explained that the primary objective of this task team was to evolve into a dedicated murder and robbery unit. As such, it does not appear on the organizational structure, given that it is a temporary structure designated for specific purpose and not a permanent operational unit. So as far as I'm concerned, the National Commissioner was actually in agreement from the very onset that this was just not meant to be a permanent structure. It is just a task team. So I'm saying, just like when the minister spoke about the murder and robbery unit, when he introduced the subject, even General Kumalo in his presentation in Parliament, he says that the docket will be taken to the murder and robbery unit where they need to be investigated. So it was that what was just agreed upon. It is not motivated by any relationship with Matlala or Bram Muhosi, not at all. It is a subject that has been a subject matter on the table with signatures. But you see,
It seems to be the case that this work study didn't specifically reference or deal with the political killings task team. Somehow it's sort of stood apart. Because in March 24, this is in your affidavit, on page 19, at paragraph 55.
Page 19 of my statement.
Of your statement, sorry.
Paragraph 19.
On page 19, paragraph 55.
Paragraph 55, Chair, I'm ready.
In March 2024, Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo made a request for a budget of 94.8 million rand from the national budget for the PKTT. Okay, for the PKTT. I supported the budget request and signed the recommendation on 26 March 2024. This demonstrates that I had no opposition to the PKTT. Then if you go to your comments, which is now dated the 9th of September 2024. You were on page 200 of the core bundle. We've already read these comments into the record.
200 of the core bundle.
Yeah, we've already read these. Your comments are recorded on the 16th of September 2024. And
I'm just trying to read page 200 of the core bundle. My core bundle with the statements.
And on that date, on the 5th of June 2025, 5th of June 2025, this is a month. The Commissioner, his comments are implementation of units must be expedited by DNC crime detection, divisional commissioner detectives, and provincial commissions. Yes, I'm talking. We in the core bundle with 202 of the statement. That's the work study. That's the second work study. Sorry. Now we've read that comment already. So that's, and this is what I want to ask you to help us understand, because on this 22nd of July, and this appears, and your legal team can help you there. It's in General Masamola's an annexure to his statement. On the 22nd of July 2025, at pages 424, 423, 424, he approves the budget for the political killings task team, and that is until March 2026. So that's why I'm asking rather than putting it to you, because I'm also not sure. There's a work study which talks about units for various reasons Either they must be terminated, or their budgets must be reduced, or they must be phased out. But it doesn't seem to address specifically the political killings task team. Because this, as we speak now, we know the political killings task team is still in operation. It's been budgeted for until March 2026. Your own proposal. If you go to page SB11. SB11, this is now where you're now applying for, if you look at 91 of SB11, this is attached to your statement. It is a request for financial authority for 2024-23-24 National Task Team investigating political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. It is recommended that the estimated budget of 94,857,999 be approved and funded by the national budgets and such budgets be ring-fenced under its own project code within the Division Crime Intelligence. Alternatively, whilst the final budget allocation is being considered for 24-25, a 2-month portion of 15,810,000 of the above estimated budget be approved in order for the extension of task team to be effective to 1 April 2024. This is from Kumalo, and this was recommended by you and Dimpani, and then the National Commissioner at page 92 on the 16th of April says 20 million rand provisional whilst the finalization of allocation is processed. Task team.
But let's go to page 91 of the same letter, where the CFO signed. The CFO says, considering the 11% reduction on the operational budget of the organization, the following are recommended. An amount of 20 million be approved for 2024-2025 financial year. This is now only for 1 year. Post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for the last 5 years. And
so what are you saying, that this is the CFO?
This is the CFO saying it must be disbanded.
And the budget is also reduced from the requested 94 million.
Yes. He says the
which you seem not to have had a problem agreeing with.
No, it's not that I didn't have a problem in agreeing with this. The problem is that at this point in time, whilst I'm attending to whatever issues that needs to be attended to, work must continue. That is why I didn't have a problem in appending my signature. Because the moment I can't say I'm part of the chain now, it has actually never been brought to me to sign, because remember, I'm not part of what is happening inside the political killing task team. But now this time, as a deputy national commissioner, it was brought to me for signature to recommend, which I did. I didn't have any problem to recommend it because I didn't have any problem with the political killing task team. But the only concern is that at some point, just like as the CFO is a very neutral person, doesn't know people. When I say doesn't know people, nobody can say, she also said it must be deactivated because she's influenced from someone. She's saying this thing, post-elections must be deactivated.
So on page 92, with that context, the National Commissioner seems to be in agreement with the CFO's recommendation. It's 20 million.
Yes, he says
Can you make that out? Can you read that? It says approved.
He says it's approved, but for as long as there's work to be done, it must continue. The National Commissioner says here that 20 million provisionally, whilst the finalization of the allocation is processed, testing must continue beyond elections, so long as there is work to be done. Can't be localized to KZN. He says it must continue to operate and can't be localized to KZN, which means it must work national.
Now, apparently, and the minister will come and speak for himself, but from what I can recall consulting with him, he had sight of this, and this was one of the reasons why he took a decision in December, because he had, even though this predates his appointment in July of 2024, he had sight of this document. It talks about phasing out the task team, budgets were reduced, and this comment from but then the National Commissioner had on the 23rd of July this year, and this is from page 433. It's SFM 16. This is an information note. This is addressed to the National Commissioner. Request for financial approval from 1/8/2025 to 31 March 2026. National Task Team investigating political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal for the financial year 25-26. The background to this is the December 2024 directive issued by the minister. Various meetings were held. And then it says that there seems to be a motivation, request for financial approval. Then the recommendations. It is recommended that the approval for the extension be granted for the duration of 8 months from 1 August 2025 to 31 March 2026. The estimated budget for 31,172,426 rand be approved and funded from the national budget, and such budget be managed at Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal as recommended by the Chief Financial Officer as per attached Annexure A and B. This is dated and signed by Provincial Commissioner Mkhwanazi, dated 23 July 2025. Then the CFO, in a handwritten note dated 25 July 2025, says funds available. An amount of plus minus 27 million is available and should be managed in such that payments up to 28 February 2026 are paid during this financial year. Now this is the person you say she doesn't know anybody, not even Matlana. She neutral. Yeah. And then this is also approved by the National Commissioner on 29 July 2025. It's approved as per CFO comments?
Yes, but what I want to put on the table, Chair and honorable members, is that if we were to take all the applications for money to be approved, and we calculate the amount of money we have spent, and we keep on spending after 3 months, 6 months, we are applying for millions. Let me ask this question. I know I'm here to respond, but I'm asking this question that this begs the question of, say, if you were to take the same capacity that you have as political cleaners team, you put them in case that then under units and you let them run, you will still achieve the same purpose without every now and then having to apply for millions every day. You apply for millions of rand. So you take the same capacity that you have, put it as a unit, then you don't have to every now and then apply for 74 million, 60 million all the time. But let it then happen in each and every province, so that each and every province has got a unit that can carry it when crime is committed, not only in KZN.
Now, just to come back to these WhatsApp messages. We've dealt with the first one, where he said, I've arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution. You say you don't know of such a meeting being arranged, and you certainly haven't been in a meeting with a minister.
I've never been in a meeting with a minister in relation to these messages or this issue.
And meetings you have been in with the minister were other members of the force present?
We have.
You haven't had one-on-one meetings with the minister?
I have.
You have?
Yes.
In relation to what?
In relation to the different feedbacks that the minister may require, and not only me, the minister calls whoever he wants to call, depending on the specific taskings. There is, remember, in that specific meeting, it won't be yourself and the minister alone. There will be chief of staff, there will be PA, there will be advisor to the minister. Sometimes it will be yourself and certain senior officials for whatever reasons. So it can be for any reason. Remember, we are not prevented from speaking to the minister. He's the minister of police. If he calls for a meeting and then he wants to give you a tasking, it does happen that day.
So what are you saying? All these meetings where your staff or other staff were present, were they official meetings?
Yeah, they are all official.
My question, sorry, I should have clarified it. Did you have any private, separate meetings with the minister, just one-on-one with the minister?
I have had meetings with the minister, not a private meeting.
But meetings where only the two of you were present?
It happens.
So when
Senior Counsel, may we please allow the honorable member?
Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
It is leader right now. Is on the document which was presented to us when the National Commission was here, which comes direct from the Matlanga Commission. On what we have in terms of what General Sibiya has presented to us, in both bundles, we don't have that page. So I just wanted to say, unless digitally, some have that, but if one has to make reference in the document which we have with us, beside the Matlanga statement, we don't have here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but remember, we have gone past that stage. We said that the statement that has been deposed with us is the primary document, and any other document that is dated or attached is an annexure. So you are saying that you don't have that annexure.
Exactly, Chair. That's what I'm saying. That what we presented for today, these two documents doesn't have that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We will sort that out for you to be assisted to have access to the annexure. I think it should be something easy to do. Just check with the honorable member if the document can be posted in the WhatsApp group for easy access. May we proceed, Senior Counsel?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I was asking you about one-on-one meetings with the minister where there's no staff or officials either from your side or his side. Have you had such meetings?
No, not where it's me and the minister were locked somewhere in a room. That never happened. But if he calls for a meeting, for an example, it is to, I mentioned something, let's say at the police summit, and say, we have a situation where a person has been kidnapped. And I was specifically referring to like Ujiri Bushoha and others at the police summit in the open. And I say, but we have technology in the country. We have service providers that can assist. And let's say the minister will then follow up and say, tell me, what do you think needs to happen? What can we do in this case? Now, it's a question of call. Let's say, for an example, we invite all the service providers, the network provider, and say they have engineers as well. Can we be together in one room and say, today for people to commit crime, they need communication. And as they need communication, how can we make sure that whatever crime that is being committed, we are able to, without any waste of time and in no time, be able to trace the perpetrator? How can we achieve that? Now, it's a question of signing a memorandum of understanding, inviting the stakeholders and say, let us follow this one. And there are other meetings where the minister will have other meetings, let's say, for instance, with General Sintumule, or maybe with crime intelligence, depending on what the minister wants to achieve. And it does not necessarily mean that there's anything wrong there, but he is planning his work on how to attack crime in the country.
Okay. So is it your evidence that you never had a meeting with the minister, either alone or with your staff present, to discuss Matlala and or Mkhotsi?
No, with the minister, we never at any given moment, not even for once, discussed Matlala or Mkhotsi, unless it is in an open meeting where the minister had to speak about this tender of Matlala. It is the minister who said, there is this tender, I need to know, how was it issued? Can this thing be investigated? It was in an open meeting.
Now what has raised suspicion, and which is now apparently being investigated, is this message that Mkhotsi says the task team that came to your house and is addressing Kat Matlala and harassed you have been dissolved.
What has been dissolved? I thought the council was asking a question.
No, I'm reading to you the message again. I said what raises the suspicion amongst the complainants in the case and why you are being investigated is this message from Matlala. The task team that came to your house and arrested you have been dissolved. They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all dockets to Sibiya. So, one, your name is mentioned, and two, the investigating officer says that this message is dated the 1st of January 2025.
Okay. Senior Counsel, can we get Honorable Nomba?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, we've been trying to peruse the documents before us, the statement and the bundles. We don't see the conversation between Brown Mohodze and Matana. It's on which page?
Honorable members, can I check if you have all the documents? Yeah. Remember, you may find that even your paycheck is one of the documents that Honorable Skosana.
But remember, when the evidence leader was reading page 437, in particular, if any member has that bundle, it means it's got a bundle which was given last week on the National Commissioner presentation. But here where we are sitting, what he was reading there, we don't have here. You can ask Honorable Ngola there whether it does have page 483. No, none. Can ask the colleagues here, none. No, 437, there, I'm reading there. It ends here, it ends on 2077.
So it's he's asking questions based on information that has gone on record before this committee.
Because I was asking the advocate here, then he said that it was on the bundle of the national, yes, which I agree. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. But I'm saying, I think here, maybe there are some members who has that. But when he say page 437, that's where the problem, which I picked up to say. When I wanted to make reference to what the evidence leader was reading, the handing over of dockets on Volkan Kaka's team, on what he was reading, we don't have yet.
Yeah, the difficulty is that members may not be able to carry those documents every day.
Yes.
But what happens is that once a document is presented before this committee, it can be used as a reference anytime, even yourselves as members.
Yes.
When you ask questions, you can still use evidence that has been presented before yourselves, either last week, Thursday, or Tuesday. Unfortunately, you may not carry all those documents every day. I think what we just have to do, Senior Counsel, maybe for ease of reference for members, at some point you can just say to them, refer to document this and that. But the documents the members by now they have. You may proceed.
May I continue? So we were General, we were discussing the email, which is, sorry, the WhatsApp messages on Matlala's cell phone, which is at page 20 of the core bundle, which is the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni in the application for search and seizure. And we were last discussing this WhatsApp where Kat says to Mokotsi, the task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. So they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So this appears to be drawn or taken from the cell phone of Matlala on the 1st of January. So what the investigating officer is telling the judge, who must now issue the warrant, that this has raised a suspicion, a reasonable suspicion, that there's some collusion between Matlala, Mokotsi, the minister, and you. This is drawn from his phone because we know as a fact that the minister had in fact issued the directive on the 31st of December 2024. This is downloaded from his phone on the 1st of January 2025. And Matlala seems to be aware that the team has been dissolved. He refers to a letter on Monday, which is the 31st of December 2024. And then he seems to be saying they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So he seems to have inside information about the dissolution of the PKTT. He seems to know in advance that you are going to request the dockets, which you only did on the 17th of January and again on the 4th of February. And it was brought to you, I think, on the 24th, 25th of March. So that's what they say when they join the dots, that there seems to be a relationship between you, the minister, Mokotsi, Matlala.
Maybe before you respond, General, I just want to request the senior counsel you will indicate to me when you have finished this part of questions, because I would like us to break. So anytime you are satisfied that the part that you wanted to probe, you are done, you can just indicate to me and then we break.
I think we're going to conclude on this line of questioning and then Honorable Chairman. General?
Just bring me back on track, Councillor. I had a frame of mind that I wanted to approach the response, but then the check came in. Please take me through again so that I can jump in again.
These emails, they're both emails from
Thank you.
Matlala's phone that was downloaded, right? And these messages are dated 1 January 2025. This is a day after the Minister's Directive of 31 December 2024. And these messages seem to indicate that Matlala has some inside information. He says, one, the task team is going to be dissolved. And that's what the Minister says in his directive. You are hereby instructed, or directed rather, to disestablish the task team. Two, he said they got the letter on Monday, which is the 31st of December. And then he says, three, as we speak, now he's speaking to Matlala, Mokotsi and Matlala, they're bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So I put it to you that it appears to be the case that what the investigator of this case is doing is to what they refer to as join the dots, that there's all these coincidences that's happening. the disestablishment of the task team, Mokotsi Matlala downloading this from the phone. They seem to know about it. And of course, they are involved allegedly in criminal activity and so on.
You see, there are a number of things that you need to look at in relation to this the disbandment. To start with, from the 24th of December until the 30th, it was during the festive period. We were operating. I was operating in the Western Cape. My last roadblock was at Harrismith on the 30th. And at that time, I think the minister was at home already, around that. Leading to my meeting with the National Commissioner on the 14th. Remember the National Commissioner's office, National Commissioner's office, is the one that gives instructions that says the DNC crime detection is directed to communicate the deactivation of the task team to the relevant team and to compile a close-up report by the 20th. They say by the 14th. Now, in the same meeting, and I want us to refer to that document, Council, so that honorable members can see how it happens. Now, from the National Commissioner's Office, in the same meeting on the 3rd, my office on the 7th forward the same message to General Kumar. I just want us to refer to that meeting, please. Chair, I lose track because we this side and that side. Which paragraph is it on my statement? I'm referring to that the email from Brigadier Letogo that gave an instruction to my office. 3 January email. Page 11. I4.
Yeah, that's the email dated 3 January 2025.
Yes.
On 54.
Let's go to page 55. Honorable members.
You deal with it. This is from Brigadier Letogo.
Yes.
At paragraph 27 of your statement on page 11.
Yes, he says, as directed, DNC is requested to accordingly communicate the deactivation to the relevant team. Now, this comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, not influenced by Brown Moholds or CAT. Now, the same meeting, the same email, in the same response, on the 7th of January, my staff officer sent to Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence and say, DNC Crime Detection has directed that the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report for sign off by 13th of January 2025. Considering the fact that there's been a number of complaints received from, let's say, Professor Meridi has to Parliament, from Parliament to the Minister, from the Minister to the National Commissioner, to talk about this disbandment of the task team. So now this complaint comes back from outside, not internally. Now, the same email that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner is the same one that I say, DNC Crime Detection has directed that the training email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report for sign off by 13th of January, simply because of the fact that the National Commissioner gave me the 14th of January. So in my case, I give to the team the 13th of January so that I can receive it a day before. So now, this is a document that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, unless there is also suspicion that even the Office of the National Commissioner is actually in collusion. because I carry out an instruction as I receive. I was not party to this. Let's say the National Commissioner didn't circulate this thing to me. Would I have really started the process myself? The answer is no. So, and now this is early in the year. We haven't been to work. Everybody's still at home. We're working remotely because the offices are still locked. Many offices are closed. Many companies are not yet back at work. So this whole thing, in our case, it was just to push the instruction. Now, the National Commissioner says, I gave General Ravi an instruction to help him draft the report. I want us to go to that report that was crafted by General Ravi. And honorable members, you can see on page 56. Now, this one comes from my staff officers who says, please call me at your earliest convenience to discuss the above directive from the National Commissioner or from the Minister of National Commissioner. But this is me now saying to my staff officer, please call General.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you then? Maybe let us just, Chair, with your leave, take this adjournment, because I wanted to deal with the events before the directive, that leads up to the directive, deal with the directive and your comments on it, and then deal with these events from 3 January onwards. Okay, then I think it'll flow a bit better. It's fine. Maybe we all need a break this time of the day. Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much. It's now 17 minutes past 5. May we please come back at 5:30? Honorable Skosana, I have been shown the bag that Honorable Sangoni is carrying. Thank you so much, honorable members. Let's come back at 17:30.